would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's
turning on the cue. See how they're eating you up now. Every little detail, beautiful you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. People up the back now, everybody's looking at you. People up the front now, everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now, everybody's looking at you. Everybody's looking at you. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよ now 負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる再入レクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Driving モード始めよう もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listen 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサメフェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me alive. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain. Breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round. To pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm ballin' out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Michael, a chap on the ting. I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it but they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Come on, like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. Are we with my girls, yeah, my girls? We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle.
changed so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line.
Welcome one and welcome all right back to the LPL Summer Split 2023. I am Bazell. I'm joined by Nymera yet again, and we're here to vibe for some very fun action in week number 3 already. Are you ready? Are you ready, my friend?
I'm absolutely ready. You know, we come in off of the break, and I just get this wonderful wake up sound of Mazzel's wonderful voice. It's kind of like the rooster on the roof of the LPL building. You know, did your job great there, buddy.
That's not what that's, we were trying to stick away from farm animals here. Brings me too far back to Texas. But we got to talk a little bit about yesterday's games, as we did have a lot of fun in the LPL. Kicking off week number 3. And, TT versus Ultra Prime actually kind of delivered.
Kind of did, and considering that TT bringing in the LDL rookie of 1xN, who's been an incredible Aphelios player, we're thinking, hey, looks like this team has something to show, because they've managed to pick up some really good wins across the board. UP just slapped them right back, and they delivered a really good series. And I think particularly for a team which has had a really kind of difficult spring, to bring a win like that, huge for them as an org.
It absolutely was, and it was hard fought both ways. I know specifically in the second series, I was shooting from the mountaintops. It didn't go to 3 games. AL always seemingly bringing top teams to the distance. But it was BLG who kind of down smashed the last bid. I will also say, how fitting is it that we had our new guest caster, Alk Battery, come in and we had a full 6 games. It is tradition to have long nights in the LPL, but it was a heck of a long night, right? And I think it was a lot of fun to see BLG kind of turn the tide in the series itself, even kind of taking some blows here or there.
And particularly with Yagao having an awesome Jace game to end off. I did really like the composition coming in from anyone's Legend in Game 3. We haven't seen a lot of Diana. The Camille's have an interesting answer into a lot of our long-range hyper carries as well, because Camille always manages to reach you somehow. They couldn't pull it off. BLG managed to mount a comeback in that last game. They were down a heck of a lot of kills even at that point. I think that goes to show the quality at which we've come to expect from BLG. All the same, though, this is a team which you can just never count out the amount of star players on their roster.
Yeah, absolutely. And I still harken back to their original, interviews coming into the split saying, we're gunning for second because JDG is still in the league. But at this point, they are on a absolute tear. And with the shortened schedule, momentum is key more than ever in the LPL. So 5-0 start for BLG, number 1 position there. We had a full 6 games yesterday. Ultra Prime took away their win, 3-2 now in their season split. We'll take a look at these standings here. Anything that stands out to you specifically, Nymera?
EDG falling to 1 and 3 is the big question mark for me. This is a team that was so strong in spring. We were thinking they were going to be top 2 lock. They were going to be late into playoffs, and they bombed out of spring playoffs, and they come back into summer, and there's been some drama around that roster as well. We're still waiting for Uzi to hit the Rift. We'll see if he can help them mount a delayed comeback into... to come in tomorrow and come up with some big results for that org. But that's the one team I have lots of eyes on.
Yeah, and we got to take our eyes and take a look at today's matches. We got NIP versus OMG in our first best of 3. Then we got JDG versus RNG. A little bit of MSI caliber jungling at hand there in that second one, but I'm specifically looking at this first one. OMG have taken wins off of some Titans already, but NIP, out of nowhere, it feels like the scrappy underdog has been making a run as we come to the arena here.
I think this first matchup, if we got the second one, it's kind of like the last 2 MSI winners, RNG versus JDG, despite, some of the names changing on that RNG roster. That's going to be hyped for all of those historic reasons. I think this one, I'm not going to quite say Battle of the New Blood and something of a newer era and stuff, because these are teams with some history as well. But you really look at this OMG roster who, in spring, made playoffs for the first time in 5 years. They massively outperformed a lot of people's expectations for them. They were meant to be a quirky team, a fun team, but not one that could really land the punches they needed to. Now they definitely are. I personally consider OMG a top team in the LPL, and NIP were one of the underperformers in spring. They came in inheriting the V5 organization, which was so dominant for those brief periods of time where they started to show up, despite never really managing to find the titles that they wanted to. They want to kind of reclaim some of their expectations they started this year out with, because they had a very disappointing spring in their own right. And now they have a chance to do that against one of the overperformers in the same amount of time.
Every time I think about OMG at this point, I think back to that series against Weibo early on in this split. It doesn't feel like that long ago, but at this point, with the way the split goes, it does to some extent.
It's like, that meme of what a week it's been. But Captain, it's Wednesday. It's the same thing. We have so many games there. They happened like 3 days ago.
Yeah, it feels like forever now. But that was the epitome for me of OMG, right? Going for the lane swaps, finding comfort across picks, right? The rumble has been prevalent for OMG. Cream has been able to step up to the plate in a way that I feel like we haven't seen in a long while. And that needs to kind of stay consistent for OMG, because NIP are off on a rampage, right? They got Angel over here. The duo with Shadow and Angel has actually been pretty on fire so far. And the facilitation that comes out of Shadow as the role itself with almost a 75 KP is pretty standard.
And I think particularly for Angel as a player as well, one of the reasons why RNG were underperforming in spring was due to them not knowing what to do with their mid lane position. Did they want a Xiaohu 2.0? They brought in Angel and we thought, hey, this guy might be something a little bit different, and then he didn't quite fit in with the team. So I think for Angel on an individual level, a player that's been around for a little while at this point, had that World Finals performance on Suning as well, where we knew the potential that this guy had. For him to finally find his own team again, his own space within a team, rather than trying to kind of bend himself to another style, it's been very important for this player, and he's been really, really good at it. For me, he's been one of the best snowball mid laners in the league. He's one of the best Ahri players, and I'd like to think I have some grounding to say that as well. But he's going up against Cream as well in the opposing number, who is actually quite a similar archetype in that regard. They're both very snowbally, very skirmish heavy, and great playmakers for their team.
Yeah, mobility out of mid lane is going to be a key factor here for both these guys specifically. But as well as kind of looking at that mid lane, it is also about kind of working around those styles, right? And I feel like there's a lot of potential for volatility, at least in that mid lane, and especially with influence from two very aggressive center junglers. But it's also about setting expectations for these teams, because I think we have seen a bit of a roller coaster ride for both of them. We've seen moments where for NIP, Invincible is an invincible top laner, and they can play through that using pressure around the rest of the map. We've also seen where that doesn't work out, and they struggle to find advantages in tons of ways, and that also kind of works the same for OMG. So trying to kind of set where that consistency bar needs to be for both these teams is super important.
And now we get to see them obviously against each other in terms of playstyles against each other as well. I'm quite interested to see how they approach these drafts, because OMG, they always have something up the back pocket, really. They always have something new that they've been working on. They're real innovators in the LPL. I think that, you look over at NIP though, and I think a lot of what has led to them having a bit more success in summer is the fact that they've always had this very stable duo on bot lane of Photo Control, who of course were one of the best bot lanes in the LPL for the period of time where V5 really established their dominance. But the problem was that stability wasn't enough to kind of get them ahead of the game, and it wasn't really enough to kind of make the plays to actually see these kind of these stable carries able to do the heavy lifting. I think now you have Shadow and Angel performing that role, being playmakers. It allows this bot lane to come online and kind of just do the bot lane thing of just providing really good team fight value.
That was also a question, though, that we had coming into this, kind of. Is there going to be some exploitation in this bot lane mine here? Because I think you can lean to a lot of what we've seen recent track record in the LPL, and if there does become an advantage in bottom lane with the way the meta is right now, it just feels like the game becomes that much harder to play against. And I think both Photic and Abel have the right to do that. They both stick with a lot of late game carries. Obviously, Photic sticking a lot more with the Aphelioses, but we have seen that both these guys are potentially able to carry, but we've also seen they are a potential weakness.
Yeah, I think when you look at OMG when they lose games, typically it's because something has gone very awry in bot lane very early into the game. I think that's also how they fell out of playoffs in spring as well. They would kind of double down on anything which happened towards bot side and just say, well, we're doing a 3v3. Wait, no, mid lane is here as well. We're doing a 4v4 in bot lane, and just see who comes out with the kills. Abel and PP God, very, very good when they're snowballing in their own rights. I think OMG, on the whole, very snowbally team, and they're very aware of how to achieve those snowballs. But if Abel and PP God aren't in the same way that Photic and Draw are very stable and they just kind of provide value consistently, if they're not in a position to be stable, they just absolutely collapse in some games because of the pressure put upon them. So NIP, maybe an angle of attack there.
Well, we'll see what angle attack both teams take as we're heading to the picks and bans for game number one. We got NIP versus OMG. NIP on the blue side will ban away the Cassante and
the
Shanji's
Rumble.
and the Aphelios. We also get the OMG bans of the Yumi, the Emilio, and the Nico. All three hyper meta bans.
NIP have finally succumbed to Shanji's champion pull of that top side. RNG, they discovered what Shanji's Rumble could do in Game 3 of their series loss to OMG. Shanji, I think of the players on OMG that could make a home anywhere in the LPL, I think it's probably Shanji that could do that above anyone else. What a champion pull guy this guy has. What a level of play he has as well. Have to see what he has in the back pocket though. Vi going to be locked in first, very consistent, very high band jungler as well. But on the other side, we have the Zeri potentially with a Lulu being paired up next. Yeah,
I will shout out Shanji with the hovers there. Talent, obviously, something Aki has played a lot. Aki is actually a super big assassin jungler in the past, but it has been at all meta. We've seen him play the Zeds, things like that. But we also had the Abel Samira hover there, so some friendship bonds maybe, but it's straight back to what they have found comfort with before. If the Zeri is open, you grab it for Abel. If the Ahri is open, you grab it for Cream.
It's also a takeaway from the Ahri Vi combination for NIP, which is of course premier Ahri combination in the game. Now we did see RNG leave a Zeri Yumi open in one game versus OMG. They probably shouldn't have done that. We've seen a couple of teams try and take down the Zeri with the Lucian Nami. You're expecting the Lulu to come in as well, which is still a very good laning duo, despite the fact that you've had a lot of changes to Zeri, and there are more coming, of course. For now, wait, actually, no, it's the new patch that's come in today. That means
it was,
that,
yeah, we went to 3.11 yesterday.
Now, I'm going to have to check. I need to remember whether that's the Sheen changes or not. I can't remember off the top of my head, because that is obviously a huge change to the Zeri if that does come through. Of course, they still have all the crit builds available to them, but the Bruiser Zeri, very, very strong if that one is available. Second round bounds coming through, though, and Aki going to have to dig a little bit deeper into that jungle champion pool.
Yeah, I think some obvious focus needed here in the second phase by NIP. They already have their jungle matchup. They have a lot of setup there. They will also have a lot of aggression through bot lane, and maybe that tips the hat to where NIP are going to be focusing. But we also have a bit of a response in aggression where I kind of expected this, right? I do not expect either one of these junglers to back down. We get the Vi versus Viego matchup now.
So, double resets coming in from OMG. This was the combination of the Ahri Viego that we saw very much so in spring of last year. This is a big RNG combination.
Oh, there we go.
On the other side. Angels TF, that is such a classic pick for him as well. And it's a top-side-centric draft. You cannot afford to get caught out of position on the map now with OMG. That TF, that Jax, if they get to shove and roam, they're going to be a deadly combo.
Truly is his fourth most played and sitting at almost a 60% win rate on the champion itself. A lot of mobility out of mid lane. That's exactly what we were calling for both these two teams. It's kind of like we set the stakes a little bit. That Jax, though, for Invincible will be really nice for NIP to play around. But this is a no-holds-bar draft from NIP. They need to find aggression, they need to find picks, and they do it as soon as they hit that level 6 mark. And on the other side, you have a lot of stability, a lot of sustainability as well, and now that the Scion for Shanji has come through.
NIP at the one-item mark, become Exodia, but they have to try and end the game at that point, because if you end up not getting yourself a significant lead at that one-item mark, and you make a mistake into the Zeri, into the Ahri Viego resets, particularly when it's being enabled by a champion that's very hard to dive in that Scion. Typically, you with the TF, you want to be diving sideline. Scion makes that a little bit hard. It has a lot of wave clear. Even if you kill him, he gets to clear out the wave afterwards. OMG, they have loads of slapback potential to NIP's really proactive, aggressive draft.
So as we get into it, we had already stated how volatile this mid lane can be, but now that we see the kind of setup for jungle, I expect that mid lane to influence the jungle skirmishes very, very heavily. But that is all eyes for me early on, is where these paths for Shadow and Aki are going to be, how the cohesion between the two jungle and mid synergies is going to look like, and that if Fodak and Zhuo can get anything in this 2v2, because we've seen what happens when a Zeri makes it past 25 minutes. There is a timer, it feels like, to some extent. And yes, Lucian, LPL, they scale together, but it's still a Zeri that you have to be careful for. And we're going to be getting into game one now. I specifically think that early on, it's going to be a little bit of this skirmish down towards bot. We'll be kicking off game one very, very shortly here, Nymera.
Onto the Rift we go. Looking at these champions heading onto the Rift themselves. I think you're absolutely right talking about that Lucian. It does scale a little bit better in the LPL than it does elsewhere in the world. We play around our power spikes here incredibly effectively, but it needs to be even more so in this game. You let that pressure slip for one moment. Maybe OMG slipped the net with it.
Yeah, the Gios ring in the home arena of NIP in Shenzhen. We got some OMG signs. Let's go. Some OMG fandom coming alive here.
Can I just say, shout out for Aki bringing the GARM Esports logo in there as well. If you want to have the early pressure games, talking about the VCS, the perennial champions there, that's a good way to approach the mindset of this game.
Pretty good approach. But as we look at that approach, I will say, I know it's a completely different level of play, but I've been covering an ACL this week for the opening week, and we actually have seen a pretty heavy prevalence of TF from more of our mobile mid laners. And I do wonder, there's a couple ways you can go. Obviously, the utility focused build or something with a little bit more damage oriented, but I actually see utility being pretty useful here for Angel and to set up the rest of the team.
I mean, you have 2/2.5 damage source on your team. The Vi kind of counts a little bit, depending on the build that you go, depending if it's Righteous Glory or more Black Cleaver-oriented first item. But that TF will really be good at kind of pinning people down for the subsequent follow-up and damage. So you're absolutely right. That will be a factor to take into account. OMG,
hey, look at
they're
that.
not really a team that... Man, that's...
it was Angel the last time we saw it. It was 113 days ago.
I was like, 2023 LPL, I was like, oh yeah. That's this year. That's not like the Cho'Gath top or whatever we saw. We've seen a couple of champions come out for the first time last couple of splits as well. We've been revisiting some classics, but Aki making sure that Shadow isn't able to just walk through. One of the reasons why Viego has come back into prominence is the ability to bully out from very early levels against a lot of the meta junglers.
And it's literally the script we expected. Aggression through these junglers is so important, and Aki taking the forward foot on that, forcing the hand of Shadow, who will now have to have a very awkward pathing, maybe even looking at some vertical jungling here, but Aki has the decision-making power, right? He can try to cut off Shadow's vertical jungling and get this priority on the bottom side.
So Aki takes away 2 camps on top side. Has the ward on this bot side, knows that Shadow has taken the Raptors and then probably left to the top side. So Aki is completely just snowballing and wrecking ball through the enemy jungle. Shadow's trying to get himself onto... He's trying to get himself onto a half of Aki's camp so he can at least get some of that farm back. He just needs to be somewhere that this Viego isn't. Cannot afford to run into Aki right now.
I actually really appreciate this from Shadow. Just cut the losses, realize you've got it. Oh no, Aki's like, dude, the mind games right now in the jungle is awesome. I love this. You got Shadows like trying to give up. He's like, okay, I'm going to the top side. Aki's like, no, you're not getting away from me this early, all right? I'm gonna find aggression and you are gonna like it. As he's gonna find red buff fight over here. It was secured and Shadow makes it out like the sneaky bandit he is.
So Cream could have first move here. I think Q will be up there unless Aki's just flashed onto him in top jungle.
Oh, we did get a little bit of a 2v2 start down here. Photic a little bit low. There's the heal from Zhuo. And blocking a lot of that damage from Abel.
Aki blows the flash in that top side. Doesn't manage to catch Shadow, and Cream isn't early enough on the roam to finish off that Vi kill. It's still going to be Aki kind of just battle warding his way and bullying out Shadow from wherever he wants to on the map. Might be able to get a double scuttle instead. It's gonna go towards the front. Wait,
Shadow's
we're actually at the
looking
point.
For something, man.
Aki has taken 2 enemy camps. He will have taken more enemy camps than his own by the time he's finished this prompt.
He's still got the level 1 spawns on the bot side completely there. This is actually incredible. And Shadow at this point is just pulling all the emergency levers he possibly can. He's like, there's something on this
Shadow,
map that can go my way, but they don't know that Aki says no. As he comes forward, Invincible immediately backs off. Luckily, it saved that leaf strike. But Aki is everywhere in the nightmares at this point of Shadow.
Do such a great job of just making sure that Shadow could do absolutely nothing. And when you consider NIP's comp, they want to hit level 6 on their jungle and their mid lane very early and start comboing up with them to great success. If Shadow is behind in XP and in terms of that first item completion as well, NIP's snowball potential through the mid jungle combo is severely affected.
We see Aki now going to redeploy out on the bottom side of the map. The aggression from Photic and Zhuo wasn't really able to lend much in the 2v2 now, so bot lane is stable and OMG can continuously play on this front foot that they set themselves up for through Aki.
Now, we get ourselves a reprieve as junglers have in fact based for the first time, so they managed to keep themselves away from each other a little bit. Just had a gentleman's agreement to not completely beat each other over the head just yet.
Nice little setup. Don't even have level 6 yet. They got the setup in mid lane. No! The Spirit Rush from Cream. The level difference, and Zhuo wasn't there fast enough.
Not quite. It's still the ult away from Cream, which does mean now that That ultimate is down. If Cream were to push up in the next couple of minutes while that ult's still on cooldown, you might be able to get in there with your flashes and your ultimates coming up from the mid-jungle of NIP. So it's kind of like the first of a multi-step plan. You need to hem back OMG's mid-jungle, which of course they've been using well in this early game, to push in mid lane and duel in jungle.
All right, we got the first step in the multi-part plan. What time frame are we looking at? Is this a 2-year plan? Is this a 3-year plan? Maybe condense it down to minutes.
If a game lasts for 2 years, I hate to tell you this, you're probably playing like D&D instead of League of Legends, which is, you know, great, awesome stuff. I support that, but like maybe not what you want to be doing in the LPL.
It's like playing chess versus playing checkers, but you do need a little bit.
I don't know if you're taking 2 years in a chess game as well. That's probably also not great.
Yeah, you know, I'm not gonna talk about my chess skills right now. All right, that's not a thing I have to talk about. You're not gonna pressure me into this, Nightmare. And we're gonna look at this 2v2 right now because that's what I want to focus on. As actually nice little bubble connects, but I do again want to go back to that conversation we were talking about in draft where Abel on the Zeri is the Zeri, but it is specifically a very heavy scaling champion. Need to have pressure down to this bottom lane. But they actually want to try to put a focus on mid lane. Going to get a gank from Invincible and the Destiny pulled from Angel, who's going to try to join over here on the fight to Aki. Aki doesn't have ulti, but does make it out through his Shroud. And it's NIP back on the map, wanting to get active. But again, I want to see them focus down towards bottom side.
And you've used your first CF ult. That's a long cooldown. You've used it to blow a flash in mid lane, and that is it. I think OMG, they walk away from this feeling pretty happy about things, because you're absolutely right. Zeri has not been affected by all of this. They are completely chilling in bot side. OMG, one of the key things that they needed to do in their multi-step plan is not die to the first TF ult.
I actually see Angel moving out from mid lane, even without the ulti, just trying to be active. And this is kind of still, again, the game plan here. When they can get the roam timers, get out of mid lane. But with the Rift Herald spawning specifically, I think priority in mid lane is going to become even more key now. And we need to see both Shadow and Aki hit this level 6 mark.
Actually, not going to hit by that Q. He's not alone, actually. Aki's here, so is Cream. He has the Spirit Rush too.
Oh no, Invincible. We'll get that Counter-Strike back. Got the Unstoppable Onslaught used by Shanji there, but this means that OMG have full prio on the Rift Herald.
Closer on stuff. Shanji looking for the knockup, even just the mini one from short distance into Invincible. Also managed to buffer himself through that Counter-Strike CC. OMG, they will be able to bully out around this top side Rift Herald, though. You're absolutely right, because there is no Vi-ult at this point in the game. Part of the early game bullying from Aki means that the level 6 is hit from the Viego before the Vi, can't commit to that fight, and of course Angel has already used his ult. So OMG, again, you have to really consider this again. They are coming away from this early game much better than I think we should have predicted them to have.
And keeping stabilization is actually the way that OMG can find a lot of those kind of later game mechanical outplays, right? And while Cream versus Angel hasn't been kind of the volatile setup that we were maybe looking for, I think they will become increasingly important now that we are going to be getting Angel's ultimate back online. We will have the Spirit Rush available from Cream outside of mid lane is where I'm looking at. Now that First Dragon did go over to NIP in that whole trade.
One thing which I do want to note as well is kind of coming through to the next TF ult, which will be up soon. You got the level 6 coming from Shadow as well, so first Vi-ult to the game coming through. Cream decided to go for the Electrocute on the Ori rather than something like a Spellbook against a lot of the CC from NIP, particularly just the gold card really, and the Counter-Strike. Actually having the Cleanse from the Spellbook may have made it a bit more of a safe ordeal in this mid lane. Interested to see if he'll go towards Mercury Treads instead. We have seen some REs kind of opt to go towards the early game bully potential of the Electrocute and then pick up some tenacity elsewhere in the runes if you feel like you're under threat from that point and click CC. Of course, I mean, you can't cleanse a Vi-ult, so maybe you think, oh well, I'm getting CC'd anyway. Not really the thing which I want to be paying attention to. Actually, on this back, he does get those Merc Treads. So Cream used that early game potential well, and now he has himself those Merc Treads to protect himself against the gold card.
They're actually all looking at mid lane right now for OMG. They have that Rift Herald in tow for Aki, just trying to find a place to use it as that timer will be coming in very shortly. Pretty heavy trades in top side of the map right now, but no love given that way. He did have a roam out from PP God on that timer in bottom lane, but maybe looking to get back there as the 2v2 will still be important down there. If you overstep one moment, this Lucian Nami will punish you heavily, but Aki has been hovering this mid lane for a long time.
I think particularly with the level 6 coming out from Shadow, you just have to be aware of that. The first kill coming down in this combo between the mid jungles is going to have a huge amount of weight. If you kill one of the Ahri, the Viego, they lose one of the champions, which could reset. If you die, you you give them the reset. Not really what you want to do. We do have Shadow, though, with that ult, and Aki is not here to respond right now. Angel, of course, does have his ult. Even if you sat in one of these control-warded brushes, he can just pop ult and see you. And that gives the vision for Vi to press the ult on you after that point. So OMG, again, need to be on defensive mode right now. I know it's not something they like doing. They like to be on the aggressive, but they have to pay a lot of attention to what Angel could do with his ult.
And I think I still harken back to the fact that this is such a comfort champion for Angel. It's something that we've seen kind of start propping up in 13-11, and that, again, mindset of trying to join up in the 2v2 has been so consistent for NIP, and that's, again, where I feel like we've seen the brightest points of them so far this split.
I think going back to some comfort, some iconic champions for them, that's some way to potentially punch up in one of these matchups as well. Feels like, even though it's a 3-2 team versus a 2-2 team, but as reminding as well, OMG's 2 series losses were versus JDG and BLG, you know, our 2 best teams in the league. That 2-2 is not indicative of how good OMG are. And NIP, despite them picking up their 3 wins as well, and that is a big thing, I definitely consider this a hard matchup for them. What can they do with this, though? Gold card used under turret, no CC left now. 3 plates can be taken in this mid lane, all in all. And that's going to be towards the playmaker mid-jungle duo of Aki and Cream.
Wow, that's pretty huge, actually. Get some nice gold over to this duo. I will say, though, Shadow has done a pretty good job of getting back into the fold of this jungle matchup. He was down like 30 CS earlier on, but able to get the clears coming through for him now. So kind of evening that up to where now there's really only this 500 gold lead for OMG. Nothing too big to play around, but this is still comfort for them. Their game plan is to make it through this aggressive early game, use Aki as a bridge, and have Abel carry the rest of the game.
Demolish is such a fun rune, isn't it? Shanji walks up to the tower for like 1 time in this game, almost takes 2 plates. This rune is just incredible. I actually really enjoy playing it. I actually really enjoy playing it in mid lane as well, particularly if you're against something like a Catherine or a Fizz, which you know is just never going to be in lane. They leave lane once, and you're like, okay, cool, I'm going to take, you know, 3 plates in my own right. It can be a pretty fun way to deal with those champions. Speaking of that, Cream is actually going to be shoving in at this point, but remember, Angel still has that ultimate. Every time the TF is on a reset, might just be sacking a cannon wave. Doesn't even matter if you lose a couple of plates from that to go snowball the rest of the map. I think that's also why it's quite important that the Herald did come into mid lane from OMG, though, because if you take the mid lane out of turret away from the TF, or you put it down to low HP, feels like they're just trapped a little bit more in that lane, and they can't be quite so active on the map.
Well, we're going to need some activity here at about 40 seconds if NIP want to continue stacking this up and playing to their win condition, to be fair. I think now with those first items coming across for OMG, it's going to be a little bit harder. You're going to want to try to get those completions before you go up to this fight. You get the Everfrost for Angel, so going with some more of that utility here for himself, but it will be all eyes on how quickly they can get this vision set up and move around this Dragon Pit, because OMG are already there.
Yeah, so Everfrost and TF has kind of been the standard power spike for TF for a very long time now. The Everfrost, like rapid fire, and then something like a Lichbane or a Zhonya is one of the 2 kind of rounds out your build. But in the game like this, actually getting on top of someone to use an Everfrost is really kind of awkward. You really are just wanting to jump into a side lane and catch someone out of position. Because if you're at Everfrost range of an Arya Viego and a Sion, I hate to break it to you, that's a pretty dangerous place to be in. So Angel going to have to pilot that one effectively in team fights. If it comes down to those team fight engages, though, from Angel, it's going to be a pretty difficult ordeal for NIP. Again, they would have loved to snowball. They haven't done that.
Yeah. Is this where I get to say I would like to see the Static Shiv build come through? Just see some fun. But that Everfrost will be important later on. That's what we've been seeing, at least at an ACL. But I like the
honestly,
Everfrost too.
I would
it's
love
a little
to
bit
see
more
that.
stable.
We'll chat about that after this Dragon, because we're probably getting a fight like right now.
Oh, they're going to use the season assist immediately here. The tidal wave following it up. Angel goes all in and all ham, but can't find anything. Cream has already popped a couple ultis and a couple summoner spells.
And considering he's one of our most aggressive AD carries in the league, Abel is just completely chilling. He's not there. He's just under bot lane turret getting waves. Like, yeah, my team's going to be fine. Don't worry about it. I'm sure they can handle it. And they do. Abel gets his first item completion and NIP. They blow their ultimates again. They still haven't found a kill in the first 15 minutes of the game with a comp which really wants those first ults to make to get value out of themselves. And now the Zeri's starting to come online. OMG, they're being rewarded for their good defensive play.
How did we get here? I feel like we just looked at a mirror and saw the reflection of OMG about to die. They just said, no, I don't want that reflection. They just took the dragon. NIP did back away in the end, not feeling confident to step up on that one.
they used 4 ultimates to no avail. If you don't use them, and you have the AD carry coming back from base from their own first combo as well, things get really awkward after that point. Angel now moving into the side lane now. That opens up some different lane assignments. Of course, we were talking about how OMG had already kind of forced down the mid lane turret to very low HP. You need someone stationed there at all times if you want to keep that tower available. Shadow has his ultimate back up again, though, for this second Herald. Angel doesn't have his ult just yet. And again, that's a big thing to be keeping an eye on.
It's interesting to see that OMG are actually willing to kind of contest now, even though we said they're playing a lot reserved. They got the Trinity Force now for Abel. I feel like maybe a 5v5 is in order. They're going to be bringing down Cream from the top side, but Angel has TP'd, and it should be actually that completion there by NIP, and they actually, Photic, I was going to say make it out alive, but they can't even see Photic there. Will end up making it out over the wall with a nice blast cone, but that will also be first turret traded over for OMG.
And its first mid lane turret as well. Angel now going to be sat in the side lane, and no one's coming to help him right now. Aki's here. The wave luckily not being pushed in just yet. Angel should be safe, but the fact that Angel has not been able to be proactive.
No.
Yeah, I take it back. He's not safe.
Oh, yeah, he ain't safe, and he's walking right in the jaws of Abel. The slowdown actually connected, but Aki can't get the damage back. Throws up the question mark frog. It'll still be another tower to OMG, though.
It will be. And again, this is a combo from NIP that needs to be snowballing the map, taking side lane turrets and snowballing the game. They have lost 2 turrets in a row. They're down 2,000 gold at the 17-minute mark. And this game doesn't get easier for them as it goes on. TF is not going to be a significant damage source compared to many other mid laners in the meta. And this Zeri, if they're not shut down in these team fights, they're just going to absolutely run rampant.
And now you just have PP God on constant roaming here with Aki. And the combo really, really scary at that point, but also Abel out of mid lane is good. Just have that range advantage over Photic. And I think it's now up to Photic to really show us what the LPL Lucians are all about. Trying to get to that level 11 mark, but specifically trying to weave a lot of these fights. You were talking about the range advantage that OMG have in these kind of situations. And I think it's going to be up to NIP, even without the advantage they maybe wanted, to try to pick apart some of these fights in some extent, because they do still have a lot of single target damage and pick out.
They do. So we're also closing in on Act 2 of the LPL, which is the 20-minute mark when the Baron spawns. Make a mistake in probably about a minute's time, maybe about a minute and 15 seconds, just as the Baron starts to spawn. Then NIP could really look for something. They're going a little earlier than that, though.
There we go. There's that point and click, though. You're looking for the lockdown, and they find it on a PP God. It's going to be Angel that picks up that kill, and NIP with the decisive play makes something happen. 19 minutes in, we finally got our first blood.
But for me, honestly, this is a little too early for NIP. You needed to save those ults for around that Baron spawn. You're going to get control of this mid lane turret. That's actually going to be pretty big. Maybe I'll take that one back. It's a big objective to get. OMG clearing out the wave, though. And he'll be able to get back onto the map soon.
Just insane to me that 19 minutes took. It took 19 minutes to get first blood here. A second charge goes off. So much worth from NIP off of a quick succession of plays.
Thing is, though, right, because you make that play and you've used, again, most of your ultimates to make it happen. Great that you've opened up that mid lane turret, but if you don't have those tools now to make a play as the Baron is up and OMG gets to threaten you around that objective, then you start questioning the value of this play. Getting the kill onto PP God, sure, very easy to take down. One of the ways you deal with enchanters is say, well, you can save other people, but can you save yourself? No, you can't in this case. Too much single target damage. Back out onto the map now, though. See if OMG have themselves any answers while those ults are still down and the Baron is just spawning.
I will say that gold lead that OMG had accrued is cut away. And while they've been 1-1 in objectives so far across the table, we do want to see now renewed focus towards this dragon, as it's NIP seemingly will have first move out of mid lane.
Okay, and with their own items starting to get built as well. I mean, you were just asking before that last play. Okay, Photic, draw. Let's see what we can do with the Lucian Nami. This is a big moment for you to show up. You've reached your 2 items now on Lucian. The rapid fire cannon coming through alongside that Gale Force. You have yourself a lot of that upfront early 2-item spike. But you don't have every ability to fight against this Scion just yet.
Oh man, that was very close to being a bad situation. The flash did have to get burned though by Jwo, and now it's actually OMG who will start up the dragon and force the hand of NIP.
Invincible takes down bot side turret, has himself a flank angle, has himself a flash as well. Okay, OMG, you gotta be prepared for this.
He's been seen. They got lightning crash in. Abel, he's so low. The wild growth right on the back line goes invincible. As Photic is taking down Aki, he's focusing him down in NIP. They're mechanically outplaying OMG right now. They just picked apart a fight that OMG wanted to take.
OMG, they let the flank come in. They know that the bot lane turret has fallen. It's likely that Jax is coming through, and Abel gets absolutely blasted. And now NIP get them to have themselves the Baron as the payment for their mechanical outplays, for their macro outplays. They hit their power spikes, they hit OMG in the face, walking away with the Baron. OMG still haven't got themselves a kill to their name.
Yeah, you said it at the beginning. One item, it's Exodia. Well, they hit one item, and that big old Titan came in and smashed down on OMG. But they have to continue this momentum. You're hitting those big spikes, those 2 items. It really, truly is about the pick-out potential. And you're getting to those 3rd items as well. And you got to continue to have Shadow set up a play, Angel follow through. If Foda can get the damage down, that's huge. But have Invincible on these back lane plays.
Okay, OMG going to go back towards this dragon now, though. Ultimate's coming back up for an IP. They're going to have the Vial again in a couple of seconds. That's the TF ult as well. Where are they going with this? Jax does have to teleport into the play.
You got about 4,000 health left. There's that TP coming down. Should be body blocked by Shanji and Ko. Trying to catch out Aki, but they're just going to turn. Dragon resetting now. NIP will sacrifice Invincible's life. No, Invincible makes it out. Now Cream is overextended. Cream, you can't do that, brother! As he's just down. A big mobile piece is gone. And Shanji, you ain't that mobile either, bud. As that is a Zwo kill, but 2 quick ones for NIP.
OMG getting caught up in the pace of the game. They go towards this dragon a number of times, and Cream tries to get the first reset of the game for his jungler, for himself as well, but jumps straight into the secondary engage. And now NIP with the Baron with a couple of kills, they can push down and take an in-hit, maybe.
Man, coming into this one, I was like, okay, timer there for NIP. OMG, you're looking really sustainable. You're looking good. They were playing so good early on, but NIP, they just decided, I want to go fast. So much that's coming to fruition for them.
So going back into this replay, you see that OMG, they started this dragon, they wanted to try and burst it down. They don't get the timing right, and they can't quite CC down Invincible either. If this is a kill very early on, you get a reset. Maybe you can look towards something. But as soon as the tidal wave comes in, the rest of the team is separated from Cream. Cream doesn't press his Zhonya's either, doesn't find a timing to do that, so he gets soloed out. OMG, they can't fight a fighting retreat at this point either. Too many people have died.
The amount of lockdown you can have just by chaining a couple things together with the comp of NIP is really starting to show itself. And while I do expect the team fight to get a little bit more stable for OMG here on out, it just feels like they're reeling at this point.
And now you have to ask yourself, where does the damage come from OMG? It is basically just all on Abel. And now that you are behind the game against a combo where Angel has found himself a Magi Soul Stealer in inventory as well, NIP, they have themselves the confidence, they have themselves the playmaking to really shut down what OMG are doing. It is all on Abel to find some space to take down some kills in return, but now with a significant gold lead against them, OMG, they're going to struggle to play as defensively as they've done in the rest of this game.
It also just feels bad to have 5 kills to 0, but also just 1 kill or 1 death for every member of OMG. I feel like the stakes have just turned their fates on the OMG in this one. But nice little defense at the top side tier 2. Still needing to fix the leaky sieve that is mid lane with those super minions barreling down. And with that extra distraction, NIP should be able to burst down this tier 2 up here.
And while all this is happening as well, Invincible is on bot side. Doesn't have teleport though. Maybe OMG could have found a window to engage, but as you said, they have to answer too many different lanes. NIP not under threat of a 5v4 fight at that point, and Invincible, because they see OMG spread across the map, will be able to take an inner turret, keep racking up that gold lead, keep pushing OMG further back into their side of the map.
Wow. So Invincible getting a lot of worth here. And for a guy, I feel like, who has had that kind of roller coaster season so far, we've seen him step up to the big table tanks or the big tabletop laners of the LPL. We've also seen him in this split specifically have some very lackluster performances, but now on the Jax with the Zanya's Divine Sunder combo, it's looking pretty good as a side lane threat and something that OMG really don't have answers to.
No, they don't. So OMG, they found themselves in a number of difficult positions in games that they've managed to team fight their way out of before, but this game, they've really been struggling to do those team fights we were just mentioning, because they've just been out executed on. They've been very hasty at getting towards objectives, trying to burst down the objective to give themselves a kind of an extra window of time within the game, take a Dragon so NIP can't roll over to a Infernal Soul at some point, but they need to really start finding a way to unlock their carries, maybe get one reset for Aki so he can finally participate in the game besides those early invades. OMG, really got to start racking their heads.
Do indeed, but right now they're just starting to rack up Abel's gold, trying to get to that 3-item mark for him. To some extent, that could stop a little bit of the bleeding, but is it going to be enough? Because Phoenix is already on his 3 items here as well.
I would like you to step into your mind's eye and view the red side base as the fortress of Helm's Deep, because they really are looking looking to the east on the dawn of the 5th day, and they're looking towards the lawnmower. They're just like over the hill. It's not the Riders of the Rohirrim. It's just Abel with 3 items and just revving up the lawnmower. Right, that's what they're looking for right now.
Well, my real conversation then becomes who's the orc that's carrying the bomb and who's the sewage pipe.
Hang on, I'll have you know that's
where the real conversation becomes, Nightmare.
I'm trying to think. Surely it has to be Shadow just pressing ult on someone and flying into the backline. Surely
How about we're all bombs and we're all sewage pipes?
Man. Well, here he goes. Trying to blow up with the fortress.
See if they can get it in. The bomb cart has started to run away from the fortress, but we'll actually see OMG trying to move out of their base a little bit and try to at least get a little bit of stable ground. They still have Invincible in the side lane, and that's setting themselves up for a dangerous flank.
It is an Invincible really threatening the base. OMG, they are running out of time. Here goes Zion.
They're just going to go in for it. Invincible's looking to end the game right now. All NIP need to do is buy time and survive. That's a inhib tower down at the bottom lane, and OMG are starting to scramble. Yeah, Destiny popped here, and Shadow moving forward. They're going to engage. They get a nice little one onto the mid as oh my god, that Everfrost was so big, and Invincible comes in on the flank now as well. You got Cream going down to Phoenix, and it's just a pick apart session from NIP, and it's OMG will not be put back together this time. An amalgamation of NIP's carry and 1 kill to OMG has led to a 28-minute dominating performance from NIP, and they're now looking at the Baron.
Oh, but they can't take down Abel. They can't take down the lawnmower. He hasn't even finished his 3 items. Dangerous moment there from NIP. Even though they win the fight, they've managed to disengage a number of times. They still come out the winners of that play, but there were some dangerous signs because Abel actually got to free fire. OMG, they're going to have themselves at least 1 more fight in this game. They're going to be a little bit further behind in gold. They're going to be against another stack of that Baron as well. But this is how they tried to go about breaking this chokehold that NIP have on the map with the winning side lanes. Cream, he has forever been such an important playmaker for NIP, but it's a difficult job in this game. Lots of mobility on the primary target that he wants to hit, Photek, and you can see that he is just outstepping him every time he jumps forward. Angel gets back into the backline, tries to get something onto Abel. But this is where the build of TF and TF's current state kind of comes into effect, right? Abel is not going to be under threat from the TF alone, and he does find himself a brief pocket of time to get something working. Aki gets himself a reset, but it's not the most helpful one. Gonna throw that one out there.
That just hurts. You can't even touch your character. You don't even get to do anything. But it was, again, that kind of rearing head of OMG at this point, something we've been building to, something that Abel has been building to now that he's got 3 items under his belt. And it's NIP with this Baron buff, with this Dragon Soul point, who continuously need to press forward. They have broken open the base of OMG, but they need to start looking at ending the game.
And they will have a couple of extra play patterns to work towards, right? Because you do have the double side laners of NIP. Aki, of course, not going to be able to pick up his own blue buff. Of course, buff sharing is now in the game. That's a thing. It always weirds me out trying to see that. I'm like, where's Ivan? It's not just an Ivan thing anymore. NIP, anyway, pick up that blue buff for Shadow. Again, they have themselves Angel coming back from level 16. So he has that rank 3 of that ultimate, longer range, lower cooldown. Able to join the fight when he wants to. OMG, they're going to have to try and hold on to their last inhib tower. At least they have all their inhibs right now, so they don't have any super minions to worry about.
NIP just going to try to stretch them a little bit thin here, go towards the bottom side with Invincible and try to get one of these inhibs down, get some super minions spawning. We'll see how quickly OMG can kind of assign lanes. They do have a decent amount of wave clear strength here as well through Abel and through Cream, but it's still about those assignments and how quickly NIP want to pull the trigger if they do catch somebody overextended like they have right now. Aki at about half health now just after that one trade, and here comes some inhibs going down. Invincible takes the bottom first. Shadow and Angel will take the mid lane.
Love the coordination from NIP there, though. Photek pulls the ult, chunks people down, holds them around that top side as the two bot side inhibs are falling. And NIP, they are really playing out this game about as cleanly as they can in the game 1.
They're looking really fine right now as well, Fodic. Gonna be engaged on here, did have to flash. They've got Cream locked down though, and that's the single target. He goes golden, got the lightning crash from Abel. And IP looking a little bit scared. Abel goes over Ham. He's looking for some shots though, as now Aki is gone. You got Abel going forward though. He still has that 3-0 spike. He's scary, but Invincible is ending the freaking game right now. He's on to the Nexus as he's fighting away. You got Cream trying to take him out. Abel getting low. Abel gets the wild growth, but Invincible is the game!
NIP slap OMG right in the teeth in game 1. Felt like the early game hadn't snowballed enough, but they get the advantage on Invincible around the map, and they play such a cohesive game. I don't think this is any one person's kind of victory alone, NIP. They were very coordinated around the way that they played around the Lucian Nami bursting someone out at the right time to hold OMG to a place in the map. While that was happening, a TF ult was happening somewhere else in the map, or that Jax was playing towards one of these side lanes. And OMG, for a team which is so often team fought their way out of those messes, they couldn't find the angle.
They couldn't, but it's more on NIP for realizing their game state, realizing their strategy, and just playing towards it, right? And I think the heads-up decision-making at that moment where about 15, 17 minutes of the game, we were like, okay, what are you going to do now, NIP? They're starting to scale. They're starting to get strong. And then they made that play decision straight on to PP God in the mid lane, finding that flash cease and desist from Shadow, and that just felt like the start of a tidal wave.
It was, and you know, NIP, we were talking about how this was likely going to be quite a difficult matchup for them. OMG looked like they were on a good run of form, and considering how they did in spring, this is meant to be quite a difficult matchup for them. But they made that first game look very achievable for them. It was very impressive the way that they kind of coordinate themselves again when the aggressive plays came through. And OMG, they're no strangers to losing a game 1 in the series and having to come back later into it. Sometimes they do a bit of that, but there are some pretty awkward questions put on the table there by NIP in terms of what are you going to do about side lanes? What are you going to do about proactive mid picks? Because Cream also wasn't able to get invested into that game, or rather involved in that game, in a way that OMG is so used to him being.
And I still really appreciate the proactivity from mid lane, but specifically from PP God trying to get on those roams as much as possible. But again, the TF pick from Angel was able to be places instantaneously, and that's what helped NIP in those decision-making processes. And maybe it was that Everfrost build, not as much damage in the end. He did end up getting that book, but a couple of his pages got ripped out. But it was,
You'll
again,
never know the end of that book. It's the worst
Never
thing
know
ever.
the end of that. But it is that combination that we highlighted so heavily coming into it, the duos that will need to be performing on point and together. And so far in game number 1, it's Angel and Shadow who came out on top.
And again, for both of those players in particular, it's really important for them, I think, in their terms of their own individual, I suppose, narratives, their trajectories in their career. Shadow, a player that, you know, competed in the LEC, went into Worlds with Mad Lions, and then kind of came over to the LPL and had some okay games here and there, but largely struggled. Now he's onto a roster where he can, again, much like Angel in his own right, kind of find his own space where he isn't kind of being bent to another team's kind of strategy, to their own philosophy, and actually try and explore what he wants to do as a player. You can see how much that means for NIP in regards to them all playing together as a unit. They seem to be on the same page, and for those players, I think it's very important.
And it was something where, you know, we did have the influx of Angel into the team, but Shadow was not originally a part of this team, right? He spent all of last year on LGD, but came in March to NIP and kind of took the takeover spot from Xiaolong Bao and really hasn't looked back. And I think for a man that I personally was such a big fan of his personality, but his play style when he was with Mad Lions, to see the kind of trajectory, the grind that was needed to get back to a point like this for Shadow, because there was a point on LGD where it just felt like he's playing so aggressively, there's no communication, and he's finding himself caught out so many times. But that has been a kind of renaissance of Shadow style here this year, but specifically this split.
Yeah. On the other side, though, a player that we talk about so much, and for good reason, Shanji doesn't get involved in a single kill that game. Don't get me wrong, OMG didn't exactly have many kills to be involved in.
Hard to find one.
Considering that Shanji is a player which, you know, at the start of the game, I was saying, look, of all the players on OMG, the player which could make a home pretty much on any team in the LPL is probably Shanji. He's actually a very good player. Great champion pool, great player just in general either. Can't get involved in that game. So game 2, maybe unlock him a little more as well.
Let's look back to some comfort for OMG, I'm hoping. We'll get to game 2 after a short little break, so don't touch that browser, and we'll be right back. What Yumi does, with help from jungle mid
This
as
is
well.
one-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while yet Upside's losing out too. So an inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. That's what? Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flashbang.
Now having nothing on their side, but still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LGU up going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Sign back with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they're going to try and make this one work. Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing, trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you were going to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off, and now with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Venus can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from the
Here
team.
he
Here comes
is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
There he
in,
goes.
trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
So it goes, though I am now alone, lying here in the dark. I'm stranded on an island, waiting for the day to find me, waiting for the night to end, waiting here, waiting for the sea surrender, waiting for a change to come, waiting here, waiting waiting for a day to find me, waiting for the night to end, waiting here, waiting for the sea surrender, waiting for a change to come, waiting here, I met you at some party. You were talking about your band. You bored me with your stories about your tour in Amsterdam. But you spoke so politely, drinking gin out of a can. I knew that you liked me from the way you touched my hand. But I don't care. had your Ray-Bans on, even though it was dark. I met you at some party, you acting the part of a rock and roll superstar. I don't care. I don't care. But I don't care if you play guitar like Johnny Marr. And I'll refrain from laughing when you compare yourself to Kurt Cobain.
我觉得这个版本因为 TPA 改动，中路对线时间被缩短了嘛，我觉得会更多着重在支援上面的碰撞。我觉得 Cream 选手是一个非常激进的选手啊，我感觉我挺看好他的，因为我感觉我跟他打比赛我好像没有输过，我也希望这一次我还是能拿下比赛胜利。我觉得对面最值得注意的点是他们中上的英雄池，他们总是会拿出一些他们的绝活英雄。我想对上他们，我应该也会找出康着他们的英雄池的英雄吧。我觉得这版本还是要多注重中路线权的把控吧，因为确实是 TP 改动之后，下路的打架会更多，而且现在下路软辅也变得很强，这下路优势就基本上能奠定这一把的胜负关系了。
Welcome back to the LPL Summer Split 2023. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Nightmara, and we're getting ready to dive into game number 2 of our first series here between NIP and OMG, where NIP came out swinging in game number 1 and did not look back. We got to hear some actually really awesome in-depth information there from Angel in the terms of how he's approaching this. And I think we saw that on full display in game number 1, Nightmara.
Yeah, there was a comment there saying, you know, since the TP changes where you can teleport to anything at 10 minutes rather than 14 minutes, actually your laning phase in mid lane has got shorter. That's important to know. Cream actually, when we saw OMG take down RNG, Cream, like, bodied Tang Yuan. It was not close. And, like, having a player like that constrained a little bit more does help, and said, hey, champion pool can help with it as well. But he comboed up really well, Shadow, importantly, player of the game, to make things work in that first game.
It's important to give Shadow love where it's due. You know, 007, maybe secret agent man coming through here for NIP, as he does get the first MVP count of the split for himself, but it was a lot of facilitation from this Vi and the pick out potential. It started here. I love that this is the first play.
You could say he has a license to kill, but he's only got assists in this game, 007. Gets that first one very importantly.
A license to assist.
Does that sound? That's like the slightly more like PR version of James Bond. It's like, no, actually, no, we didn't really want to do that whole like killing things, a little bit bad for our brand. No, anyway, Shadow did a really good job setting at least other people on his team to do the dirty work.
Yeah, he's assist man 007, as it was.
It just
again,
doesn't roll off the tongue as easily, right?
It really doesn't. It doesn't. It's a train wreck in the mouth, if you will. But again, I love that it started with that first one, because you continuously saw the forward setups from Shadow be answered by the follow-up of the rest of NIP, but also Invincible's flanks. It was the way they executed a lot of these fights that just showed they were heads and above of OMG in this game number 1. And that's why we're really looking for a reeling OMG to get their sights set on this series and try to even up the score.
For sure, because it felt like OMG, the first, 18 minutes of that game, they played very well defensively. They didn't fall down to the first ultimates of the game. They were bullying out jungle early. They got the first mid lane out of turret down. It was like, okay, cool, doing really good. Now, when do you get to make plays? And they never really found that point. They were still responding the entire game. And the thing about OMG is that they are just a team that loves to be proactive, being on the front foot. They love that kind of playmaking style. But even when they tried to do that versus NIP, when they tried to slap back around some of those mid lane fights, at that point, side lanes were falling apart. They were starting to get picked across the map, and they couldn't make it work. So in this second game, maybe they have to target some of those proactive pieces from NIP to give themselves some more room to make proactive plays.
And you saw Angel putting a lot of importance on priority from mid lane, but also countering Cream's champion pool. So really excited what Cream can kind of respond with here. But there's also the factor of the Shenzhen home arena buff for NIP, maybe factoring into this one, some pressure on OMG. But I love to see the composition that they came out with in game number 1. It is a lot of comfort for them, but it was also a lot of just kind of meta stability around a very interesting TF pick. But with OMG on the blue side this time, what kind of priority do they give first pick? What do they try and take away here? Because we already get the Vi ban against Shadow and the Nico ban, where on the other side, NIP go right back to the Rumble and the Cassante.
No, exactly. Like NIP, they just hate anime. They hate Neon Genesis Evangelion because they're not letting Shanji get in the robot. They're just not letting it happen. I would imagine
Why would you let somebody who can pilot a giant robot pilot a giant robot?
It makes
if you don't
no
want
sense,
them
right?
piloting the giant robot.
Unless they have like some childhood trauma which stops them from piloting it. Anyway, really deep cut. Go watch the show. It's great. Milio last pad is what I'm expecting. Probably should be the one going through. Yumi's already banned out. You could also maybe ban out something like the Zeri if you're really worried about Abel going towards that. It is going to be that Milio, which does leave open, let's think it's going to be the Aphelios. That was banned in game 1. Abel has used that to great success across the entirety of the year, despite a lot of the AD carries changing throughout this year, particularly with Gale Force and Storm Razor being really, really strong. Aphelios is now very bursty as a champion, beyond even what his kit just provides.
It does seem like NIP want to go more towards a stable composition that can potentially hover over objectives, at least with the Maokai to start off with. And this combo we've seen used so lethally. The poke that you get with the Jace, if you get anything ahead with this pick, but as well as the preemptive setup you get with the Maokai is so deadly. And on the other side, we do still have some very heavy meta picks available. Wukong, which was banned away in the second phase last time around, should be a big priority here to give Aki a little bit more breathing room.
It also gives you the ability to disengage from the Maokai ult because the Wukong clone will tank up one of the tendrils in the Nature's Grasp. That's very important. That's one of the big reasons we see Wukong particularly into Maokai as well. Despite him being a good champion in general, it's just another interaction which makes him really strong. Maokai Jace, a combo which buys a lot of space for the Shock Blast to come in. My issue here, though, is it's a good combo, but when you put the names OMG and NIP into this game, and you look at how NIP won game 1, it was about them being proactive and able to play very aggressively on the map. This is more stand your ground, play keep away. Playing keep away versus OMG rarely works. They are very good at reaching you despite your keep away tactics. So even with these combos being meta and Invincible going back to the Gnar, another champion he's picked up time after time, I'm looking at OMG's champions and I think this is a much better place for them in game 2 compared to that game 1 draft.
Yeah. I will also just say this is a 6th Ahri play from Cream so far this play, and a 6th Gnar play from Invincible. So definitely leaning on comfort here for both sides in terms of a couple of their solo laners. But now we're getting into the second phase. We get that Malphite ban and the Rakan from NIP. On the other side, we have that Lucian ban. So rightfully so, taking away some of that 2v2 aggressive nature of Photic and Zhuo.
Okay, so yeah, that's worth noting actually. A lot of the time by this point of the game, you've got a lot of your bot lane champions locked in. So your primary duo is going to start getting taken away. The Aphelios, of course, so very, very strong. And this is a little bit of a worry in its own right for NIP now because you know that Shanji has a very wide champion pool. Banning out his champions in the second round is not going to have the same effect as banning away primary bot lanes because bot lane is such a powerful point on the map right now. As we were seeing in the interview from Angel before the game, if you get a lead in bot lane, you tend to win. So letting that Aphelios go through when you have no bot lane picks yourself locked in, it's fairly difficult to figure out what you're going to pick now in 4 and 5.
Hey, this is something that we've seen at least very heavily in week number 1 as a response to Aphelios, and something that when it gets off the ground running will actually, if we've seen, dumpster the Aphelios in the matchup. So
yeah,
going with a very heavy, momentum-based composition right now for NIP, it'll be countered at the moment by the Nautilus with a lot of that forward frontal engage and maybe a little bit of team fight sauce thrown in there from OMG.
This is the worry, right? Because the problem wasn't that there are 80 carries available. Jinx, great 80 carry. The question is, can you now 5th pick a support that allows you to, 1, lane into the Aphelios Nautilus? That's difficult in its own right. And then also survive a team fight versus the Wukong, the Ahri, and everything else. Because you look at the Aphelios Nautilus and you probably predict that Braum coming through. That's one of the last remaining supports that can buy you some space. Braum doesn't save you versus a cannon and a Wukong getting right on top of you because their ultimates aren't projectiles. You can stand on top of your Jinx, but you just die valiantly with them. You only have 1 exhaust to kind of take down multiple players. So I'm looking at OMG's comp now, and that 4-5, after the way that the draft came out, made it very difficult for NIP to pick a support that would satisfy laning phase and then also the team fights, which are going to be so important later.
And that's why I was so curious that they waited so long to grab these, but maybe some priority given elsewhere, wanting to run this kind of poke you down, engage into you while you're on an objective style composition and look for a front to back fight, where I think OMG have a lot of flexible options for themselves. And the way that game one went, they had one option. It was make it to the late game. It feels like this time around they have a little bit more breathing room, as has kind of been the theme so far for them.
Yeah, well, OMG, they'd want a little bit more room than to just breathe. They want to find themselves in a very strong position in this game and slap back in game two. The way that OMG does tend to, they have themselves some iffy game ones to settle themselves in. It's one of the beauties of the LPL as a region. Best of 3 is all day, every day. It gives you that ability to revisit some of these more difficult questions posed to you on the first time of asking.
So we saw questions answered by Angel in game number 1. He even was speaking about how important this lane matchup will be. We said at the very beginning how important him versus Angel, or Angel versus Cream, will be. And we saw a little bit of that go down in game number 1. Volatility is what I expected. Mobility is what we always get and what we got. And now we're looking at game 2 that Cream can try to bounce back in this one-on-one matchup, back on the Ahri, and especially trying to even up the odds here as we hit the Rift for game number 2. It's NIP in their home arena on their home Rift versus OMG.
Back onto the Rift we go. Can I just say, one of my favorite things about casting in summer is that we've just had a new Ahri skin come out, Snow Moon Ahri, and it's a beautiful skin to look at in game. So like all the LPL players picking it as well. It makes me personally very happy.
No bias, right? No bias.
No, I'm very transparent about that one. Can you not see my background?
We get
One
all
of the most
gyos,
important things I
though.
did. One of the most important things I did in the break between spring and summer is bring back another Ahri statue I had to put on the wall, put on the wall behind me. Ready for summer split. Cream currently stood around here, not going to get picked out just now, standing in a safe enough spot. But
So-
NIP potentially looking for a Braum level 1 invade.
I want to harken back to game 1. It was Aki who made Shadow hate his life in the jungle. And now maybe a little bit of payback from NIP. A late invade is a
Oh, they don't
possibility
see
here, and they could
them.
get so much value. There is no vision down Shadow. They're not going to check the red buff. So Shadow's just going to try to sneak away with the chicky nuggies. He's making it away like a bandit here, potentially. But I think
Shadow
they know.
is going to get out with level 2. I don't think PP God's able to kind of get into that lane. Might be able to blow a flash out of Cream if he's lucky. Not able to do so. Cream hovering towards that top side. Looks like OMG, just by assumed information, know that Shadow is going to be on that bot side of the map. However, with this said, you've got a camp stolen by Shadow this time. Very difficult, very opposite to what happened in game 1. Aki, though, immediately goes over and says, "Hey, no, this is my
He's
job.
like, "You
I'm going to
wanted
bully
to
out
fight?
this."
You wanted to fight me, right? You wanna say something? That's pretty much how Aki's approach at this point, and he's gonna continue it. This is literally picking up where we left off in game number 1.
I think what Aki is doing right now is trying to buy enough time where until the point he has smite against Shadow. He's going to get his flash blown if he's not careful.
He kind of knows, though. He didn't take that quick corner there, just realizing that he can use the extra damage from the little kitty cats in the bush to help in this 1v1. But Invincible's getting pressured down, and with a wave crashing in topside, not really going to have a lot of help here for Shadow, at least.
So what Aki's done now is he has a slight advantage in when smite was used. He can smite away this if he can get it down low enough in the next few seconds. Cream's coming over. Shadow will probably have smite. This is going to be a flip.
Looks like Shadow wants to walk away from this one. Angel not really feeling confident to pressure over Aki. Go right back to it, though.
Is going. I mean, like, this is just what he did exactly in game 1. Trying to just pin back Shadow. He's not winning the camps in the same way. What he has done, even though he's not necessarily stomping the jungle matchup, is allow Shanji a free crash on top side to hit that tower, allow Cream a lot of free time in this mid lane as well. Ahri is very strong in individual 1v1 lanes. He's just saying, look, lanes, play as though the jungler's not there because the jungler actually isn't there.
Yeah, and the crash on top with that huge wave for Shanji just means the Shadow has no backup. Cream is pushing consistently in mid lane, changing up a little bit of the tactic from last time around, and it's working so much better right now for OMG is they are consistently playing around that very aggressive style of Aki.
Yeah, so now you have 2 very good level 1 supports now onto the map as well. You need to factor that in if you're going towards the bot side of the map. Nautilus, Braum, incredibly good at affecting the game at very early levels. So Shadow not feeling strong enough to go into the pushing bot lane of OMG and also the strong jungle matchup at that Wukong earlier on. So Aki gonna get the double scuttle, even though the early camps weren't necessarily as easy to take as they were in game 1.
See Aki go right to Shadow's jungle, maybe looking for a potential wraparound on an Angel who is very low in the mid lane. We'll get it back off. Sees that the wolves aren't there, sees also a kitty cat that's in the bush, and realizes Shadow has already been able to clear ahead of him.
Again, Aki just doesn't believe in his own jungle camps. maybe he's taking the Ivern approach and says, no, jungle camps are friends, not fruit. At least on his side of the map. Finally going to go back over to his Raptors. He's disavowed his oath of neutrality against his own jungle camps. And he's going to at least be ahead in the early game eventually after this point. I mean, considering that Shadow was MVP of game 1, player of the game, it's a good way to start off game 2 for OMG.
I really appreciate Aki's approach of this whole series so far. As you said, why do I need to take my jungle camps if I could just take yours? But he will actually end up getting that full clear going on his side, at least to some extent. So trying to even up some of this advantage that he can get by collecting as much as he can. He did have like that 30 CS advantage in game number 1. Not going to have as much of a lead, but still a lot of pressure on Shadow early. But this Maokai pick is so devastating as the game goes on. The amount of control and pressure you can have around objectives is huge. As now, speaking of huge, Shanji with the combo, Aki will be looking at top lane. The slicing Maelstrom, not enough. We did get a couple flashes burned.
It's going to force Invincible back to base. This will mean that, particularly without the teleport, Invincible is going to lose himself some minions on top side. However, 2 flashes away from Shanji and Aki, that's still a silver lining for NIP and a significant one at that. Shadow in the right place at the right time with a great Bramble Smash to disengage for his top laner.
Kind of been the case of things right now for Shadow. We'll need to figure out, though, how to deal with this top side, as there's a giant CS lead developing for Shanji, and that is now multiple waves crashing. So, like, there's been at least 2 or 3 waves crashing every time we've seen this top lane go this way. So Invincible try to find a way out of this hole.
Shanji really said God gives his biggest CS leads to his smallest top laners. It's the yodel on yodel violence up there.
That's so wrong. They should be friends. They should be friends. They are not friends this time around. Abel,
it's like when you introduce. Yeah, I mean, chakrams on bot side allow able to get some damage on that tower as well. So I mean, OMG really strong early game comparative to game 1, and this is again kind of rolling back into the same point we brought out from the draft in game 2 compared to game 1. NIP, these are strong champions, don't get me wrong, particularly in terms of the top side. They locked in a lot of those top side champions very early, obviously, picks 1 to 3. But these are not proactive picks which stop OMG from being able to play their game. OMG are one of the best proactive teams in the LPL, giving them some extra space and breathing the room for that by not picking as oppressive a composition as in game 1. You can see what that means for the early game, where OMG once again have themselves a very strong early game, even that they even had that in game 1. But coming into this mid game as well, they don't have to be afraid of the winning side lane from NIP and the TF getting across the map.
Exactly that. They don't have that instant regret button for the other side, as we do have that Rift Herald coming up. We saw pretty heavy prevalence around that as it spawned last game. Actually had a little bit of team fight action around it last time around, but no early dragon focus here maybe means we have a bit of a different mindset in game 2.
What Aki's done in this early game has allowed his laners to just stay in lane and do their thing. And when you have the ability for the Kennen to do that into a good matchup in the Gnar, particularly mini Gnar, really can't do much against a Kennen who starts getting rolling. It's allowed OMG to get this gold lead, and now eventually they roll back around towards this dragon. Charm lands onto mid lane, but Angel taking some good trades here.
Dream in a little bit of trouble there. Angel just pressuring him out as Shadow will make the crossover. Dragon already started, but NIP bot lane is here to contest, and Aki got to get out of dodge here as the dragon resets.
Resets, but there's no TP from Cream. So all this has ended up being is kind of delayed dragon take from NIP instead. OMG, in game 1, they got their timings a bit wrong on some of their dragon takes, particularly into the late game. They tried to rush them down, NIP managed to disengage from them. Now very early into game number 2, they mistimed that dragon once again. NIP able to pick that one up for free. Now the Mountain Dragon going to be second on the Rift.
I still think that NIP's composition, if you are starting the objective or if you are in point in place, they have so much more power. If they can just poke you down, have a lot of say on how they're going to enter a fight, that's where this composition really comes alive.
It does. It's also where it goes to die occasionally too, because if you don't have good vision control, you lose the side lane. Shanji takes great offense at you standing still, and will flash right on top of you. As it stands, big run towards his top side. Zhuo and Shadow looking to protect their top laner, who is continually falling down. No flash this time, remember. Shadow, he might be able to flash forward here.
They actually get this though with the big combo. It's the Slicing Maelstrom back, Invincible getting low, but he has that hop, and Shanji should go down here, will end up falling, but Aki with a double cleanup, but the Cyclone get whipped up in the storm of OMG. Zhuo will dodge out, but here comes PP God. Hits the dredge line, and this should be Cream wiping this one up. As one more goes through, the fire will be lit under NIP.
What OMG lacked in numbers at the start, they make forward in their elite players going top side. Angel, though, goes bot side.
Abel in some trouble here. Abel will go down here as a return. NIP gets something as Angel actually gets the kill onto Abel.
Importantly so, Angel getting some good work done on this Jace. Felt like it was a huge moment in that top side for OMG to get so much gold away from NIP, getting 2 assists onto the cannon. NIP, they moved in strength to try and deny Shanji pulling ahead in this game too much. Sadly not able to do so. NIP just checking that Herald, I think, actually, with that play. They notice that no one is on it, and we come back onto the map where it's still a sizable victory for OMG. When left in isolation, we've seen Shanji do very well. One of the things we asked for from game 1 is, hey, we need to give some more agency to Shanji from the side of OMG. NIP said, no, we would like that to really not happen, as they send 3 people up there, but the timing's not quite there. The exhaust comes through to deny some of the damage. Can't exhaust the tower, so that one's a little bit awkward. And then the rest of the party come to play.
Also, I will just say, Zhuo, if he hits that Winter's Bite, the play comes a little bit differently. I still think Aki cleans up, but chain of events goes a little bit differently there. OMG able to respond, and the fact that Aki himself gets those 2 kills is so huge with how aggressive he's been playing. We also see that they've just taken the Rift Herald, and they're already looking top as Invincible doesn't have Meganar, and the CC chain should follow. The flash has already come out, but a dead little Gnar goes to Aki's pockets.
He's already an endangered species. Why do you have to make it even more so? 2 deaths in as many minutes feels like. NIP losing a lot around this top side. At least Photic gets some plates in that mid lane. Full tower in the mid lane. Abel,
the response.
Die?
Oh, because of the Moonlight Vigil from the Severum, he doesn't go down to the Super Mega Death Rocket. Actually, the charge goes continuously at the top side, and that's a tier 2 tower that should get a little bit low. It goes down, actually.
Big play in that top side from OMG. That side of the map is completely blown out. The gold given over to this Wukong, and the cannon is absolutely disastrous for NIP. You only have 1 exhaust from NIP. You can use that on one of the Wukong and the cannon at this point, and with 3 kills onto Aki, he actually has to be a valid target for that exhaust now. You wish you would just have to worry about that cannon, but OMG, they're already finding themselves in a position where they are looking forward to these team fights as opposed to problem-solving their way through the draft in game 1.
The fact that you have to deal with such a scary Venn diagram just makes me think back to college, and I am terrified at this point because the Shanji Aki combo is so scary, but then you look behind them and you've got Cream on Ahri and you've got Abel on Aphelios, and it gets even worse, right? Yeah. And I think you do have a lot to say with a Photic Jinx that's getting ahead in terms of CS, but you saw that player gold graph, right? Like, Shanji hasn't gotten any of the kills, gotten a lot of the assists, but this gold lead is coming from this lane discrepancy in those plates, that turret that went over, and it's just so hard for NIP to find a place to play through.
Now, something you said there, I resonate with very strongly, and it was actually about the Venn diagrams rather than any of the analysis you just said. I did a degree in physics. The hardest thing I ever studied was a thing called advanced electrodynamics, and I would still take that over Shanji's cannon in this game if I was NIP. Because the electrodynamics coming out of the cannon are probably going to end this game if he gets a good angle. NIP vision control becomes the name of the game now. If you start slipping the net a little bit on how that works. There's a teleport, there's a flash, there's an ult waiting for you. He's got a Dark Seal with some stacks. He has an incredible amount of magic pen between the Sorcerer Shoes and the first Proto Belt built up as well. NIP, again, they are the ones problem solving now. They're the ones which have to figure their way out of this mess. A Jinx ult does not steal the dragon. That's going to add to their woes.
Yeah, PP God, the linebacker there, just waiting for that rocket the whole time. It's like, where are you going to come from, Jinx? But now we get the Infernal Soul onto the Rift. We got the Dragons traded 1-for-1 there. NIP not really getting anything in the trade back as the towers were falling during that Dragon trade. Angel was trying to get something up in top side. Abel should be able to clean up this side lane tower too. So right now, OMG in the driver's seat. Speaking of driver's seat.
They're heading to...
oh, God!
Wow, they're heading to the morgue with Shadow's body. That's where they're driving. He's dead again.
Yep, that happens. Shadow not going to be taking. He's going the AP route as well, and it's still so early with no advantage anywhere for NIP. Oh my goodness, Shanji doing so much damage to Angel right now. Slicing Maelstrom signals the end potentially. One more Shuriken could do it, and there you go to the back of the head.
Might have to bat out another one of his champions. The Cassante and the Rumble weren't enough. The cannon picked on that last round has absolutely put NIP into the coffin. OMG, they come out from game one getting absolutely slammed, but as we know they can do, they absolutely right the ship in game two. And NIP, this was the kind of play that they would be absolutely be winning in that first game. They would have had a TF coming over to help them. They would have had some proactivity on the map, but it's just not the same style of composition. As you were saying earlier, if they get to stand and fight, buy themselves that time to poke people out, that's all great. That's awesome. That's what they can do. They are not built to face off against very fed, strong solo laners, starting to pick them off before they can group up.
Kennen may be small, but Shanji is big and flexing all over NIP. I think the Kennen being a crucial pick in his past and the success that we've seen, the Dark Horse runs from OMG, this has been Shanji's home, and he finds so many ways to affect the game just out of draft, but also finding priority from top lane. We heard from Angel how important that is for mid lane. Well, even through the desert that is active top laners in the LPL right now, sometimes we get influence from that lane.
And you know what? Since no one is currently facing off in different areas of the map, one of the things which I'd really like to mention with this too is that when you talk to people across other regions as well, I was chatting with some of the coaches from the LEC, the team which they look towards the most is OMG in the LPL in terms of the way that they innovate. They taught the world how to play around top side of the map. They played a lot of the Sejuani Yone combinations, and Shanji's kind of melee champions would play around that too. They played around some really long range engage, Maokai ults rooting in place for Rumble as well. This is a team which has done so well at finding different ways to play the accepted meta of League of Legends. When everyone was playing bot side, OMG found ways to make it work through top.
My favorite will still stand and be the Shanji Shyvana coming through. One day maybe we get back to that at some point, but I just don't feel like it's going to be relevant. Still one of my favorite calls I've ever had, and favorite moments was the running down a couple notable EDG members. But now we're going to look back at what
this is going to be a deep cut. Reminds me of Darian. For those of you that remember Gambit Moscow 5, Darian was the kind of guy who would say, hey, he would play actually the proxy Shyvana as well back in Season 2. So that was a long time ago. But anyone who was watching back in 2012, I know that Gambit Moscow 5 was my brother's favorite team. And, you know, I got introduced to League through him, so they obviously resonate a lot within our family of League of Legends. But you look at a player like Shanji, he just goes there and goes, yeah, I can play this right now. This seems like a good pick. And he makes it work more often than he doesn't.
He does. I just remember as Shyvana took over the world, I feel like I could just see him sitting there all smug and smiling in his chair. But as we
maybe
get back
if he plays it enough,
too,
we'll finally get the Shyvana update, the ASU. Maybe
maybe. I doubt it. He kind of run rampant
asking
last
for too
time
much?
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe asking a little bit too much. We do have a dragon on the Rift that is not Shyvana, and it's coming up in about 45 seconds. It is just a second dragon for either team. I think we've done a good job of trading objectives either way, but this is a point where OMG themselves are looking for a bit of momentum uptick here. Their second item completed for Abel. They want to try to utilize that, but NIP can try to get this composition online now that they are themselves hitting 2 items.
Yeah, you're about to get Muramana. You're about to get yourself Jinx into a good position as well. Has those 2 items from Gale Force. and the Kraken Slayer. So NIP, they're not without damage. It's just, how do you get to do that damage if you get anyone caught out of position like this?
This can't happen, that's for sure. As Flash comes out from Invincible, there will be TP responses coming through as immediately slicing Maelstrom. Cream is lighting him up too as Angel goes down. Invincible tries to get Meganar, misses the ulti, but just tried to get the activation. And he goes straight down to a double kill to Cream.
Shanji emotes, Cream dashes forward into the Jinx ult that might have been able to clear up one. OMG tear NIP across the top lane, pushing the mid lane as well.
They got a couple charges there in the mid lane, a tier 2 tower down. There will be a TP bot side from Shanji, who just completed a Rabadon second item, by the way, straight to a tier 2 tower.
I mean, this is just completely off the chain from OMG. They find themselves an opening, and they've torn off the entirety of the arm of NIP, who showed them just that one fingertip outside of the armor. Going to go back towards this dragon as well. It's a clean sweep across the map. They get the top side fight into the mid lane push, into a bot side turret, into a dragon. It starts off with NIP trying to break one of these aggressive plays, at least stop OMG having the momentum on the map. But once again, they're doing this into all of the tools available from the hyper-fed solo laners of OMG, comboing up together through the top side of the map.
God, it just feels so good to be an OMG fan of this game number 2.
Jumps into the way of a rocket. Like, if you ever ask your teammate in solo queue, would you catch a grenade for me? Cream absolutely would. Comes back out into the map, 3 items. Medjai's built up as well. He's ready to snowball around the rest of his team.
He's a little angry off that game number 1, I would say. Maybe not appreciating Angel's TF answer into his Ahri, but this time around able to have a lot more influence from that mid lane, and that's what we expected from both these guys, right? Angel has come into NIP and breathed life into them, it felt like, and Cream had started to look like echoes of his previous self, his, you know, MVP rookies of the split kind of style going on, where he feels confident and comfortable, and it feels like now we've gotten the perfect shade of both of them in game 1 and game 2 respectively.
NIP, unfortunately for them, shades of their former selves from that first game at least, and again we had some worries coming out of that draft. Not as much proactivity, not as much ability to win in side lanes or pretty much anywhere else on the map, thinking about it now. They have still got themselves some damage to play with, but we haven't seen a 5v5 pretty much yet. We basically haven't. OMG haven't been giving it to NIP, and now the Baron's available only a couple of minutes after it spawned. NIP, they have themselves a Maokai ult, they have themselves an ability to get towards this. They're looking for a steal.
That's so big. They get the bear. Now they're looking for the fight as well. There's Shanji flank here as well. It wasn't even a flank. He just flashed over the wall there. Angel does get a trade back, but it's now front to back for OMG. They get engaged off of Shadow on the side. Cream getting a little bit low. Photic is trying to light him up, but Abel, he's stepping forward. He got so many chakras. Photic, he won't get the trade back down. And Angel running away for his life, trying to get saved by Shadow here. But OMG, with that Baron buff, get the resets, get back onto the map, and have complete dominion.
Credit to Angel and Photic. They had themselves some damage, and they did about as good as you could hope for in that play. But this is the problem with picking that Braum on that 5th pick. It's going to do fine against lane, against Abel and PP Gods, Aphelios and Nautilus. But what do you do against the cannon? You can't body block that ultimate. The exhaust comes through, but at this point, the cannon is so fed. And you can only be in one place at once. So while Cannon does fall, he does enough to buy some space for the rest of his team to slaughter the top side of the fight. Of course, he doesn't catch the carries completely. That's where the gold lead really comes into play. If you were any more even in this game, of course, Abel would probably die there. Doesn't happen to be the case, though. OMG walk away with a 1 fight, walk away with a Baron.
Really good momentum swing. Now 10,000 gold in the lead for OMG. Look at those damage numbers. It ain't coming from one place. It's all of the heads of the Hydra. You see 4,300, not too shabby for Photic, but what can you do in a situation like this as they are sieging down the inhib towers here? That's all that's left for NIP.
Cream feels like he is safe enough to be the person on the side lane, splitting in 1-4. No flash on Shanji right now. Not able to completely go in.
There's that body blocking you were talking about earlier on in the game from Aki. We'll dodge out of the Super Mega Death Rock. It goes right back in, though. That's a big Meganar, but they dodge out of it for the most part. Moonlight Vigil connects, and damage done! OMG! They actually get Photic trying to get something over there. Angel is the dodge out of the dredge line, but it's OMG with unrelenting pressure here. We'll find an inhib.
Get that in here, get themselves another one-team fight. And again, there's too many damage sources at this point. In game 1, OMG had one damage source, and that was the Zeri, and that became a big problem later on. Now, everyone contributing to these huge team fight victories from OMG.
They're just looking for the end right now. They're going to TP in. They still got 35 seconds on the Baron buff, and they're looking at the Nexus. OMG trying to push us to 3 games as his tradition. Lockdown comes on to Photic and goes golden, but the Nexus is in the eyes of OMG. They turn, they head straight to game 3, and we got a series, baby.
You cannot keep OMG down. Beat him in 1 game. Good luck doing it in the second. They slap back in game 2. Really night and day performance from that first game. A lot of it is on draft. A lot of it is on how they thought about entering that game. And of course, that buys into one of the big things that we love talking about OMG. This is a team with a very strange identity where they are one of the most cerebral teams in the draft phase and outside of the game. When they get into the game, it's all aggression all the time. It's a real disconnect between the brains of the draft and the brawn in game as well. But in game 2, you can see where those brains have got them.
Yeah, I think they had a nice little game plan. It was a little bit of an adaptation from game number 1, but specifically felt like they were a lot more comfortable on blue side as well. The Wukong truly unlocked Aki. It was the fact that we went back to the Aphelios. We had the Ahri again for Cream, but also just having that primary setup between that mid-jungle 2v2 was so important. We highlighted that so much coming into the series, and we didn't really get that from OMG in game number 1. But having that lead in topside from Shanji enables that, and that's something else we talked about early on.
For sure, because we already had in game 1 the winning jungle matchup for Aki. The difference in game 2 is having the winning top lane matchup alongside what was happening in the mid lane 2v2 as well. So I think it was very important that, I mean, in game 1, they did try to leverage Shanji's champion pool on that red 5 pick. It's just trying to deal with the Jackson in the side lane that's one problem. Trying to deal with Jackson in individual lane and then also a TF Vi roaming up to your lane. You felt like you have to pick something that is undiveable under a turret, and Sion is just about that. That wasn't enough for them in game 1. Game 2, you didn't have to worry about nearly as much. Now going into game 3, you're going to have to try and replicate this again from blue side on the side of NIP in terms of saying, okay, how do we stop Shanji being a threat in an individual lane? How do we stop the playmaking coming through from OMG? They did it in game 1 with the additional learning now OMG have from that. Can they do it again in the same sides we assume on game 3?
The question is, how many more bans go towards Shanji? Like, do you have to continue to ban? This was the first time you've gotten Kennen
there are
all
5
split so
bans
far.
in the game. There are 5 bans in the game.
Are you going to go all 5, though? That's so many other reasons. You still have to ban the meta picks. You don't want to let any of those through, but you see why Shanji's Kennen has not either been given over to him in the past or why he's made a name on it, because this man popped off on this pick, and so much dominance in the solo lane itself led to so much progress early on for OMG.
And you know what? This is also a great way. So for those of you who try to convince your friends to come watch LPL, first off, they shouldn't need convincing. It's a great league. But if there's anything to kind of put on the table, you watch game 1 and you say, oh, we're so bored of Lucian Nami. That's how you play Lucian Nami in game 1. And you say, oh no, but our Western Kennens, they're so bad. Kennen here is absolutely insane. LPL Kennens are some of the very best in the world. And Shanji is up amongst them as well, doing a really good job in this game in individual laning phase, in comboing up with his top side of the map, and then completely brutalizing both side lanes and team fights.
I think Angel had some give for NIP. I liked the strength that the Jace was represented with from him, but I still think that, again, it just wasn't enough. It wasn't the same style from the TF in game number 1, but I do expect some of that style to come back in game number 3, but specifically, if another kind of wake-up performance comes like this from OMG, this is how they've closed out series in the past. We are going to take a little break while we get to the culmination of our first best of 3 of the night, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back.
disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I've heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in between. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? This story. This story. This story.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew. Got a heart of steel, it is built through truth. We're almost there, we're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is, here it is. Just as hopes were fading, the dream lived on, yeah. Of better times, in a world gone wrong. You don't need to worry, you know you see the day. The revolution's coming, we're waiting for the change. We're almost there, we're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is, here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is, here it is. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time.
对战老东家 NIP 的话，就以正常的心态去打吧。然后他们看比赛最近状态还蛮好的，跟他们对局的话，就我们打好自己的就行了。就是希望带给大家就打得越来越好的 OMG 吧。Fortic 的话也是属于那种对线比较进攻一点的类型的 AD， 然后他的打法就跟原来也没什么太大变化吧。就我想对 Fortic 说就下场你多送点吧。
Could you please int a lot? His former support asks of Photic as PP God. Some interesting words on how to approach this bottom lane, or how Photic specifically approaches the bottom lane. Very aggressive in the 2v2, but we got to talk a little bit about that game number 2, because we do have an MVP to give out. It's none other than Shanji here with a big Kennen performance.
Absolutely. Again, this guy reminds us how elite of a player Shanji is. A lot of the way that OMG made their playoffs run in spring was by Shanji just bodying people. We saw him absolutely run over, you know, top laners from so many teams across that playoffs run. And he's put himself up as one of the real names to watch in our league.
Has to be, and especially when you give him over those comfort picks here. You see initially in the engages, yes, he goes down, but he sets Aki up for a beautiful 2-kill start to a very aggressive jungle setup, and then it just continues from there. Shadow getting caught, but then continuously, again, having a big CS lead in top lane, but pressuring whoever came up that way.
And one of the things which makes me laugh about this is trying to think about, oh, Kennen, he has to play into a Braum with the exhaust, you know, that can be annoying at points. But what if you just don't fight where the Braum is? You just fight on the side lanes. There's no exhaust, there's no Braum to, like, slow you down and keep you out of the fight if at all possible. And Shanji just played this game really, really well. We were worried for NIP as soon as we saw the fact that he had a good laning phase, and there wasn't really good ideas, good tools to deal with him in team fights. Yes, I mean, the Jinx Braum, it worked for the laning phase, and we heard in that interview just before we came live to the third game, rather, that, you know, yes, old supports playing off against old teams. That's great. Talk about that 2v2. 2v2 is fine. You couldn't do anything against Shanji later in the game.
Yep, you could not. And especially with the way that Aki has been pressuring Shadow 2 games in a row, I want to see how much more priority in terms of a maybe aggressive 1 through 6 jungler that Shadow can have. I like the Maokai especially, and I think there was a nice little comeback in that fashion, but still want to see something if Aki is going to continuously pressure like that to kind of combat that. That was the game plan from OMG, right? You talked a lot about it in the game itself, that because Aki was playing so strongly in the jungle one-on-one, the lanes were also affected by that, and they were able to play so aggressively as well, and it just put NIP on a super back foot.
So for anyone that wants to kind of wrap their head around the jungle meta right now and why it changed around MSI and coming into summer as well, these games are really important to note that, because you can see that when there's a winning jungle matchup and you have pushing lanes, good luck. It's so hard to play the game, and we saw this around MSI. I was chatting with some of the coaches after they've been eliminated from the competition about how they were practicing for the event, and one of the common themes was that everyone came into that meta playing, you know, Vi and Wukong and bits of Maokai, and then people started playing Viego, and then they realized, that's a problem. Viego can kill us at level 2, walk into our enemy jungle. And then people started playing the Kindred, the Nidalee, and the Kha'Zix to say, look, no one can kill me at early levels. I'm going to run over the jungle matchup, even if that's the only thing I'm going to bring to the table. And you can see in games even like this, despite the fact that we're not seeing that kind of third tier of those junglers on the table right now, how important it is that Aki can just bully out Shadow from early jungles and allow his lanes to play as though they just don't have a jungler to worry about, because they don't.
Yeah, you want to have something to play around there, I would say. Also, get a little side note before we get into too deep about this game number 3 picks and bans. It was really dark on Angel right there. If I'm not mistaken, it looked like the green parts glow in the dark. That's actually so awesome. But, you know, that's just my play-by-play brain thinking. It's like, I want to wear a bunch of glow-in-the-dark stuff. That's so cool. NIP going to be shining in the dark here, though, so far on blue side. With that ban of the Zeri, the Cassante, and the Rumble. We got that Nico, Lucian, and TF banned by OMG. And first pick priority from NIP is actually the Aphelios.
Well, you have some issues here now. You either give up Vi Ahri or you give up the Milio. I don't think you can give up the Milio. I think that's the right choice. You have to pretty much take Ahri on this rotation now. Now, Angel is a good player of the Ahri. And that Cream and Angel are 2 of our better Ahri players in the league. Turns out we have a lot. Oh, no!
Okay.
Yubi made it through!
The double kitty cat comp! Is Ahri a kitty
Wait,
cat?
hang on. I take offense. No, she's a fox, Mazel. They're completely different.
Ears, tails, you know, animals. I know what animals do.
That encompasses like dozens of different animals. Anyway, we have a lot of different picks making it through for this third game. The learnings from that first game meant that the TF was taken off the table from OMG. They gave up the Milio. Everything's been given up in response, though. We're not going to get ourselves something like the Zeri Yuumi. But now with the Tristana locked in, Cream did play this a lot in mid lane. It's pretty good into the Ahri as well. You get early shove, which is not something that Ahri typically has to deal with. And it can combo up well with the Vi in terms of, again, jumping forward, having high target access. So that could be in mid lane. I don't know whether Milio Tristana is a good bot lane. I haven't experienced that myself. Because FLS Yuumi is not necessarily the most pressuring bot lane, I think you could survive in that CBT. So technically still flex. And effectively, I think OMG are using that flex. I think that Annie is just going towards that mid lane.
Think about the range. You already get advanced range as you level up with Tristana as you go through the game, right? But also with the Velio, that range advantage is going to be insane. And the single target selection that they're going to have right now with the Annie now locked in is so troublesome for NIP. Now, they do have a lot of really good peel tools right now. They get the Viego for Shadow, something aggressive to combat Aki's Vi. But it is this Gragas that means the most in this game, I feel like. Those casks are going to have to be on point.
So Shanji's Gragas counter has been Aatrox this split. If you do have an enchanter to make that work. However, if you're going into a tank on that top side, picked up the hovering there, would have also worked tank versus tank. Shanji, his champion pool is so large, you know he's going to have it's going to have so many different answers to it. He goes back towards this cannon. Now, of course, you are going to be going into that Yuumi who's going to have the exhaust, of course, which will help the FLL stand and fight. But with the amount of, again, proactive tools which OMG have with potentially winning lanes as well, Annie is meant to keep the Ahri in lane. Cannon wins almost every lane we see in meta right now. The one question mark is this bot lane, because the Tristana Milio is not something which I've seen before. You're against a Yuumi as well, which, of course, gives you a bit of a time condition on the game. Most of the time, evened out a little bit by the Milio, because you both have very, very strong enchanters. This game is very strange draft compared to our first two.
I will say there was a kind of point we were hovering around earlier on in the series when we were setting things up, that will bot lane be exploited on either side. We definitely saw that in game number 1 against OMG. Abel and PPG not having necessarily the best time. Game number 2 looked a lot more stable. Now we're getting the culmination where we had a serious clapback from OMG, and now it's NIP with a little bit of aggression, trying to combat a lot of that comfort still coming through for OMG. And while we were talking about exploiting bot lane, it is still this 2v2 in mid jungle that you have to look at. Will we get a 3 of 3 of Aki just invading on Shadow level 2 and trying to pressure to make sure that his lanes can find advantages, or do, going into a third game, NIP actually have an answer to that? Do they play proactively around that aggression? We're going to be finding out very soon as we dive into game number 3 here. Both teams on the precipice of claiming another series win as we are in week number 3, almost to that halfway point. And it is NIP looking at a comeback here from that game 2, Jayo's Ring.
Battle cries around the arena. NIP playing, of course, in the home arena, I believe you were saying earlier as well. And the big thing about this jungle matchup, which I'd like to really highlight from this one as well, one, you have the press the attack coming in from Aki, does help you very much with that early kind of burst combo where you kind of go in with a Q, you auto reset with your E, you get the press the attack off of cooldown very, very quickly. However, on the whole, Viego does play very, very well at the level 2 mark. Sometimes these junglers like Vi, they have to have all 3 of their abilities available, particularly with Vi. You typically have your W leveled up level 1, but that means you don't have your burstier abilities and your Q and your E available. And as you can see, NIP, they don't want to have the same jungle shenanigans. They're going to have themselves another Raptor invade. They did this in game 2 with the Maokai. Doing it again with the Viego here. It is spotted out, though.
We haven't seen the Tristana in 116 days when it was played by Abel in the TT versus OMG matchup in spring, it seems. So, been a little while, but the Milio definitely looking to unlock this composition. We see Aki going for a counter invade here to try to set up this vertical jungling that Shadow has initiated.
Okay, so Aki, once again, getting into the enemy side of the jungle. Aki doing that very consistently. Shadow does give himself 2 camps on that top side. He's going to go crossover mid. Cream will see this. Needs to be a little bit careful, but backs off just as Angel hits level 2.
Yeah, Shadow should know that they have a little bit of vision on here. Cream not going to be baited in just yet. Got a nice little hover up from PP God as well, just in case. But the red buff has been secured by Aki. Make his way out back over to his blue buff. And not as much successful aggression for Shadow this time as we've seen from Aki in the past. But it is still a bit of a resurgence from what we have seen.
So Aki's not going to be able to take 2 camps away from the enemy jungle. That's what Shadow's done. So he's going to be down 1 camp to out of his own jungle compared to what Shadow has done. But you're right, Shadow kind of ummed and ahed a little bit. Wasted a second here or two, waiting to see if there's something in the mid lane, which does mean that Aki is able to get out safely. He's going to be able to get his own clearing route up towards that top side, going on strongly as well. Also, probably not going to get double scuttled at this point, which is of course something which Aki did in some of those previous games. However, the same eventuality has happened as in Game 2, where despite the fact that jungle has not gone as well for Aki, you have got isolated lanes where the Kennen can just start pushing in and just be the early bully, which we know he can be.
Aki's going to be looking up towards top lane now as well. You got a bit of a hover from Angel out of mid lane that could potentially come to dissuade something, but Aki's looking for some proactivity up here with a bit of a weird lane state going on for Shanji.
We might actually see a fight around this top scuttle. Shanji has push right now. Invincible trying to get something back, so he might be able to roam into river. Angel already has some options going towards that top side river. Has the push right now onto Cream. That's part of what has happened from the vertical jungling. And now, actually with this, Shadow has the ability to get towards top side as well.
As soon as that body slam came forward, you know what was coming. The guillotine comes down in first blood to OMG. Shadow's waiting for Aki in the wings, but he's by himself. And quickly, Shanji can come down to join. So he's just going to start the back. Aki will end up backing off. Shanji going to have to stop his back. See the GAN Esports logo there from Aki, but it's Shadow looking for something back.
I love that as well. Of course, history of Vietnamese junglers being incredibly aggressive. SOFM and the LPL, of course, and then Levi, one of the better players to do that ever out of the VCS. Aki, he's been channeling a lot of that in the early game, in fairness. Getting into the enemy jungle as much as possible. Is, in fact, going to lose another Raptor spawn, so Shadow doing much better on the individual matchup. But the fact that he gets the first kill and it buys something for Shanji on that top side is really, really annoying for the side of NIP. Just the fact that you've traded flashes here as well is actually probably favoring OMG, because you want that flash body slam to be able to make a big play towards that top side. Not having that tool available, I think that gives Shanji a lot of hope for this laning phase.
It does, and now it also, just like last game, an advantage in top, it gives you so much ease of decision making around the rest of the map. But Dragon up, I wonder if OMG will take a little bit more of a forward foot in this, especially with the amount of pressure that a pushing Tristana lane can give you.
That's very true. We're also seeing, just a quick note on builds there, we're seeing the recurve bow being built up by Able first. See what that ends up going into, of course, for the full build. But you're seeing the lethal tempo out of Able as well. You often used to see in kill lanes with stuff like Tristana Rel, the Hail of Blades, where you get the full bomb detonation, the full stack to it very early on. It's hard to do that very early into the game without Hail of Blades. You need a certain amount of attack speed to get that off. But the fact that you're going for the extra range, continued DPS, keeping rolling through the rapid fire, and your bombs where you can see them fit, Able is going to be putting out a lot of continued DPS in these fights.
And you can't forget, Tristana is no slouch in terms of scaling. She will blow you up in late game, and especially with the way that Nelio works into the game and just becomes stronger and stronger while enabling the ADC, this duo can be so deadly. We look at Scream trying to be deadly, but so cute, so maybe not as deadly as you'd want in the
That's what we call picking up your paycheck. You just go, you see your first strikes off cooldown, you go, I've got a Tibbers, get something out of that. Also means that Angel's going to be... Going to be lower health for this point in time. Does have himself the teleport, so it's not exactly going to stop Angel making that first play of the game when he sees the angle.
You know, Tibbers is not... people aren't grateful enough of Tibbers. You know, taking tower shots, making gold. When does Tibbers get some love?
Let him be free once more. Let him return to the woods. Something to do with that. But Cream, just making sure that Angel doesn't have roam out onto the map. OMG, they have themselves pretty much 3 pushing lanes at this point. Doesn't have ult to disengage from Shadow if he finds an angle.
Oh, look at that little laugh from Annie as soon as Shadow missed it. It's so on brand. It's so on brand, man. We'll see a push in from Creed, though. Should be able to get a turret plate here, but that's a TP that's going to be utilized back from Angel.
Yeah, but this is why the Tibbers was put down, right? Just to make sure that Angel's just on the tower, keep yourself that pushing lane. Photic gonna walk up, has himself Sever and Crescendo. You don't want to fight that if you can help. It's gonna be disengaged by the Milio Q.
They're going to stop the back of Shadow mid lane. It's just, right now, not a lot of blood, not a lot of fighting. It's just a lot of fighting on stopping backs. We see that on bot lane, we see that on mid lane. It's the theme of the game so far. But it won't be as super bloody as maybe we had expected coming into this series as a whole. We actually seen a very reserved gameplay coming out. There was one game where we had not our first kill till 19 minutes into the game. So it is just about kind of playing chicken to some extent, especially with these game 3 comps.
Especially with that in mind, gotta keep that one in mind. So, Enchant has changed the nature of the game as well. We saw obviously like the Braum and the Nautilus in the last game, very different from the Yuumi and the Milio. One of the big things we have to pay attention to is the fact that the Milio ultimate can be that big cleanse. It removes some of the value from the Ahri, because a lot of the time you are playing for that pit composition with your Charm, with something like an Everfrost. I'm a little bit worried for Angel in that regard, because if you go towards something like the Everfrost build as opposed to something a bit higher damage, if all you're offering is CC and the Milio gets to buff you out of that and there's a cleanse on the table as well, I'm worried that for Angel's impact on this game, despite him being a very proficient Ahri player, very good at snowballing across the game, it's not the easiest game to get onto the targets you want to when that Milio's behind them.
And I will just say for Angel, and I want to get your thoughts on this because we've actually gotten to cast Angel a decent amount over the last split as well, but he typically goes for a very reserved utilitarian style build with the Ahris. You see the resolve secondaries as well. He's got the spell book, but he'll typically go like an Everfrost into like a Morellonomicon, things like that, where he's trying to find a little bit more utility.
Because this split, I've been very happy with our boy Angel in the mid lane, because he's going Magi second like most of the time, which is, I believe that should be the second item for the Ahri, particularly as a snowball champion that can lack a bit of damage, but is very safe. If you're safe anyway, you're not going to be losing stacks. Stack it up as much as you can. And Angel's been doing that fairly consistently. I think the bone plating in this matchup, it's all, you have to take it versus the Annie because her level 1 trading is so obnoxious, and a lot of it's point and click as well. So you kind of get a lot of value out of that one too. So in this split, I'm giving a bit more leeway, as you can see there. Annie will burst you out if you don't have a couple of defensive things in pocket. Merc Dread's bone plating, they do add up in this matchup.
They definitely do. I'm a big fan of the Angel Librarian build where you just get as many books as you possibly can.
Spell book? I mean, what you really need is you need the Morello. You need to bring back Will of the Ancients back from the olden days of League.
At this point, you should just cosplay your builds, right? Like get a rabbit on death hat, you have a wizard's hat, you start look for make an item that has glasses, you'll be good. You got a belt already. I don't know if you want rockets on it, but
that one might not be able to bring that one to conventions. That one might be a little bit too high explosive.
I think that might be a little bit of a problem. We actually see a bit of a change of fate in the top side for the first time, it feels like, in a little while, as Invincible actually has the push there, but we're looking bot as PP God and Abel pushing up with this Tristana. We'll be getting a lane gank from Shadow. Anki was here to Shadow.
Yeah, it's clever. Uses the names as its namesake. But yes, play taken down on the spot side. It's crazy. Maybe they should make a game with a guy called Sonic. I don't know if that would be very successful, but either way, going down towards the spot side. We still haven't seen the second dragon started off. OMG looking for plates in the spot side. It does feel like OMG have been typically going towards early gold and early skirmishes as opposed to dragon stacking. They understand the nature of their compositions in Game 2 and 3, largely about that golden pocket and the snowball. Aki is going towards the spot side.
Was just looking for the range on the cease and desist there. Couldn't find it. Realizes with that vision it'll be a little bit more difficult. Looks for the Vault Breaker to get the range, I guess. Was maybe looking for an engage, but goes for the Rift Herald and the rest of an IP.
There could be a flank teleport here. Remember, it's beyond 10 minutes now.
No, but it's actually Shanji who's very, very heavy pressed under his tower right now, meaning that the angle is not necessarily there. The charge did come through from the Rift Herald, though. But NIP, smelling something was going fishy in the bot side, did respond properly.
So, OMG still have themselves sizable lead from this early game. First Blood adds into that. Some CS leads and some plates add into that. It's not on Shanji's cannon. You're right in mentioning that. Invincible's doing well in that matchup so far. OMG not going to have to... well, they're not going to be able to wield that crazy power from their cannon right from the off in this game. Still, OMG, early dragon as well. And with the Herald down, NMP don't have themselves a big counterplay to really get themselves onto the board.
I do like here, though, OMG using a bit of momentum. They had first item spikes come across for Aki and Abel. They're going straight to this dragon here with no presence from NIP anywhere to be spoken of. Should be this second dragon going to OMG, who've done a great job of neutral objective secure this series, but especially this third game, rather.
Merctress might have to come into use here.
That's a face check and a half. That's Spellbook will get that heal out for Angel. Cream's actually looking for a little bit of something. The amount of lockdown that OMG have is good, but they are lacking damage right now.
Yeah, well, Cream didn't have the stun loaded up for that one, but yes, gets rid of that first Spellbook of the game. Abel left alone on this turret. It's because of the rotations coming in from Photic and Draw towards that top side. A little bit tired of being left alone on that side of the map. On the whole, when you cross-map with an Aphelios wins if he has the chakrams. Not versus Tristana. Tristana, best demolitionist in the game, alongside the likes of Ziggs as well. Remember the days where we used to have Ziggs bot and Tristana mid? That was very fun. Not great if you were an architect. If you're an architect, maybe less so on that front. But at least NIP getting to trade something into Photic's pockets to allow him on the Aphelios to come online. We have seen in the LPL Aphelios be incredibly powerful. Shanji trying to wave clear for all he can, but with the rifle turrets that have been available, it's very difficult to play here. Again, look at the damage you can get from very long range away.
We are literally just loading up the guns of both Photic and Abel right now. As so many turret plates early on going to both these ADCs, but OMG showing a lot of creativity in the style of drafts that they've been able to find, but now as well as the execution, right? They are obviously really willing to play around Abel, just getting as much gold in his pockets as he can before a big fight comes to bear.
Plate's just about to fall. Photic and Draw would love to get themselves that full turret, but I don't think they're going to be able to push in that wave in time. No, indeed, they're not. So, first tower, 5 plates over to Abel's Tristana. Got himself the Kraken Slayer, building up towards their mythic after that point. Teleport coming in. Don't think this is going to land in a great play, though.
Holy cow, they're going to get Abel to jump in as well. Oh, little final chapter action coming out there. The book has been used. OMG, we're looking for a top lane gank. There's another Rift Herald coming up in about 30 seconds, but still a little bit away from that timing. Shadow looking for the invade, does get some camps away.
So second Herald coming up in 20 seconds. I think OMG would love to get themselves that and open up the map a little bit more. Shanji has been just continually on weak side, trying to blow open Shadow's HP bar, maybe thinking there was a bot lane play coming in, trying to make a play on the weak side to take away some HP from NIP to work with. What that means is that NIP, they can't make as aggressive plays with Shadow on the board right now with some health missing. It leaves Abel alone to play towards this top turret. Again, Demolition is working out really well. But Shanji doesn't get this wave on the bot side, which is a little annoying for this cannon again.
I will just say, though, this is bread and butter for OMG. This is how you want to play this style. You want to get as much of these turrets down with this very strong pushing Tristana and then get into a teamfight potential where you can go front to back, and they have that. Well, with a little bit of flanking action from Shanji, I'm sure, but it's going to be the rest of the team that are kind of taking this front-to-back angle. We do see NIP's response in a side lane tower now in the bottom lane from Angel, but it is something that OMG are looking to continuously capitalize on with increased push in the mid lane.
Yeah, this tower is completely gone. The work done by Cream earlier means that this tower is very low HP. It's going to go completely down. Big jump up here. Invincible has flash, has ult. This could be a big flank angle.
This is like a triple flank coming through from NIP. Into 4 members here. Cast comes through and the resets start coming through. NIP find the big pick apart fight, and Aki will go down here unless the Vault Breaker's enough to get him out. The slow head come through at the last second. Charm connects and Invincible connects that kill. That's huge stuff for NIP.
Great punish from NIP on the overpush of OMG. They'd already taken the turret. They didn't have to stay after that point. It was greedy from them. NIP, they had the teleports, they had the flanks, and Invincible in he had a great game 1 in a winning side lane matchup. In this game 3, gets himself a winning lane again in the early lane. He's done himself well at that point, and he gets himself the first big team fight impact of the game, while Shanji just didn't commit to that fight. You don't have to stay this far. They just overstay a handful of seconds too much, and that's it. That's enough. They group up. Huge body slam coming in from Invincible. Now we have the sideline play. He doesn't have that flash anymore.
Oh no, a little bit of caster cursing and a little bit of dying for Invincible. Cream gets the kill in the side lane.
Good stuff there from OMG to get a response somewhere. Get Invincible off the map, get Shanji some gold in pocket, and Cream picks up, of course, a bit of that kill participation as well. Now, when we're getting through into this next part of the game, Gold is, of course, not completely out of control. We've seen that NIP, they have themselves the ability to reach that black line, and despite the fact that Abel will have great range advantage, and there's great engage coming in from OMG, I don't think this composition from OMG is completely safe versus NIP. Of course, you have a lot of ability to dash forward, despite that melee ultimate being good versus something like the Ari or some of the slows from Yuumi. You can kind of play the longer fights and play around that cleanse. The Gragas and the burst combo coming through from NIP might be enough to just 100-0 the first target.
I'm starting to like this NIP competition coming together here as they have moved all their members to this mid lane to get priority for the Dragon. And now at this point, I feel like in Game 3, I can safely say priority has been name of the game for this series so far. We heard Angel talk about it earlier on, but it has seriously ended up in these early games, while not a lot of kills, a lot of pressure on the map has been given.
Abel walking a bit close to that Fog of War there. Invincible still has no flash. 2 items for the Tristana. It's the Navori Quick Blades. With the lethal tempo, the increased range, again, you can have instant rapid fires. Crazy amounts of bombs coming out across these fights as well. The consistent DPS from NIP, if Abel gets to free fire, is very, very high.
Look at
OMG had
Shanji.
the similar situation in Game 1. NIP, they're looking for a bursty fight. Take down a target first.
They might have seen Shanji here. He still comes in lethal as ever. Nice body slam from Invincible's final chapter across the majority of the team. As the reset position-wise comes through for NIP, they come away losing their ADC, which means they cannot contest this Dragon. Soul point to OMG.
That is a really awkward moment for NIP, but the fact that it could have gone so much worse is terrifying for them. Shanji uses the flash, but is luckily blocked out by Invincible. Died on that side lane, but the teamfight impact from Invincible has been felt so far. NIP, this was the point in the game where they were starting to win in Game 1 really heavily. This was where their first blood came around. This is where they started to pull ahead in the game. It is not the same in Game 3. Soul point very early on from OMG.
And I'm just saying right now, you got a 5-minute timer from this moment that we're rewatching is Shanji. Even with the control ward, it doesn't matter because you're still going to get the pressure off on that side. And while the block comes through from Invincible, it's just great target selection from OMG.
It is, and the fact that NIP are looking for a bursty fight where they get rid of the Tristana really early and they couldn't manage that, that's going to be very important to track later into that game. They couldn't achieve it now. You see what happens when the Tristana has the threat of jumping forward. That could have been so much worse.
It definitely could have. This Tristana starting to get online here. Second item completed, working on a third. Photic should be completing his second very soon, but obviously still a little bit behind Abel, who again on a comfort champion, on a comfort team now potentially for OMG. It is looking good for their team fight potential and the way that they've been able to mechanically execute. But it's NIP that are trying to put themselves on the front foot. We've had good plays from Invincible. I'm still looking at Angel's adaptation here.
It's not the easiest game for Angel to impact, as we were saying. He's gone for the Everfrost into the Merctros to buy himself some defense. Against the Annie, you kind of have to. Annie actually does have legitimate 100-0 threat on you. We'll see if it's going to be twinned into here. Has no flash, has his ult.
Has the exhaust, will pop it down on Cream, but it doesn't matter because both of them deliver the damage. 1-2, and Angel is down a side lane tower to boot.
That was with a spellbook exhaust. Still had himself the Merctros, and that's why you have to buy it in that matchup. In the 1v1, it's dangerous enough. Now Abel jumps out of the way of the stun from Shadow. OMG starting to pull ahead across the map.
Little bit.
Does it count if he gets away with it?
I guess it doesn't in all actuality. The history is written by the winners. We'll see if OMG can ride this early momentum to a win here. They, again, have about a 4,000 gold lead, but NIP have been scrappy in this series so far. And speaking of scrappy, they want to scrap over the Baron.
It's Act 2 in the LPL. Baron has spawned. Will it be a comedy, a tragedy, or a mixture of both? Here we go, OMG on the approach. Invincible has flash.
Invincible looks for it. He's got the cast, but they don't have the angle. You got to look at the flank, though. Shanji's coming. A Grim Reaper has showed up on your back doorstep, but he can't get the angle for the Slicing Maelstrom. The final chapter has come out, and a lot of tools utilized by NIP. They may be bloody, but they at least pulled the hand of OMG.
Well, not quite as dramatic as the play we had envisaged. Act 2 still ongoing for now. Lots of stuff used. You're absolutely right on that. You've used every ultimate on the table for NIP. You have used a teleport. You have used all your defensive summoners from Photic. At least Draw has some in his back pocket. So next time they attempt, I don't know if they can attempt this again until those are back up. So very nearly able to catch off a key target. is Invincible, but they're not stacked this time. The last big team fight we saw Invincible win for his team was when he could catch a 3-man body slam immediately into follow-up. That's just not the case. You don't have Angel in the right position to follow up. You don't have the carries completely blitzed out of the fight immediately. And now we have OMG, again, able to kind of consolidate their position on the map. They might have fallen down to that Desperation and Baron, but now they get to return out into the wider map with more gold, more advantages, and play it again.
They're picking right on the Baron yet again here as well. Let's see if they want to go ahead and start this one up. But you're just trying to force the hand at this point. You did just get a second item completion for Photic as well. And you have that Zhonya's for Angel, as well as a Seraph's for Invincible, by the way. So there's a lot of potential threats to deal with for OMG.
Getting high levels coming in from Abel now, and he has the overshield. Invincible jumping forward with Yuumi on his back. Abel, level 13, range coming into it. They have to go to it again. They have to pull OMG in towards them. They're losing in the wider map. Try and go for the flip Baron.
You are getting ultimates back up. The catch out is available. Cream has flash tippers, and it's worrying NIP as he had stepped forward. A 5-man grouping, though, for OMG means that Shanji will not have a flank angle, and that's actually some reprieve for NIP.
He could teleport to the top wave. That would be the one option available to Shanji. He has himself flash in a handful of seconds. He's going to be up there again. Photic running out of ammunition on these turrets. He won't have it for that long.
Do it again. It just feels like NIP are backed against the wall and just trying to fight their way out of it. The cast comes through. Cream separated, but he gets the CC on Invincible. Because of that trade, NIP back away from the Baron.
NIP, again, they have to go for this. They're losing in the wider map. It's close run stuff right now. They're looking to see who they can catch out from OMG, but without flashes, they have themselves the Spellbook Smite on Angel. They have 2 smites to 1. They might look to go for the flip.
We're dancing a little bit of a 1-2 step right now. NIP back on the Baron. OMG, they are tired of this game. And Aki overextends himself. The front to back is taking advantage of by OMG, though. They distracted the backline of NIP, and that has led to a boon for OMG. Shadow goes back in. Can Photic be the difference maker? Shanji, he gets exhausted, and here comes Abel. He's shutting him down and taking down the house. As Schwal goes down, resets come through. PP God versus Angel is all that's left. Angel with a triple. He's looking for a quadra. He gets the damage. It's gonna be good. And it's an NIP who come out on top in a long haul fight.
Divine intervention from the mid lane. Angel is a Guardian Angel and a second life for NIP. Despite this, the Baron does not die. Dragon is now on the table. That would be soul for OMG. This is not out of the woods yet for NIP. This has to be part of a multi-step comeback for them, but this is a hell of a way to do it. Aki goes way too deep. He gets soloed out, and that's a reset. You have Ari, you have Viego, extra ult charge and a heal for the Ari. The stolen soul from the jungler as well adds in an awful lot of value. You can see what happens when Shadow picks up the body of the Vi. The basic abilities are crazy. This fight's one thing, though. You can see the setup for the Dragon coming in picture. It gets damn close, but you need to start winning around this Dragon fight. If you don't win this, Infernal Soul might just be the end of the game.
So close was that fight in so many regards, but Angel comes out king. But we're right back to the boxing match between these two teams, delivering on a 3rd game of the series. This is soul for OMG if they can take this Dragon. They've already gotten it down about half health. Here comes Shadow with the steal. Can he get it? He does it. It's Abel. And afterwards, the fight too. The backline access from Cream with the flash in. They found Photic, and that should just mean it, right? OMG, they catch out Shadow on the side, and it doesn't matter if Angel comes out in those fights previously. It is an infernal soul burning them alive, and OMG, breath of life achieved.
NIP prayed to their angels, but the demons needed no summons. OMG strike down NIP again. Soul claimed, Baron claimed, NIP left for dead.
You gotta be able to steal those in those 50-50 moments. Can't get it for NIP, which just means a snowball from hell. As a Baron goes down, we'll take a look at that replay.
Yeah, I guess we found out what the Snowball's chance in hell was. If it's OMG Snowball, it has a pretty good chance. This was an awesome angle from Cream. NIP, they have to rush into this river. They have to cut corners on their setup, which means that Cream gets a flank angle. They can't protect. Photic can draw on that bot side, or rather just kind of like into the top side of that river bit. And OMG, they run away with the fight as soon as NIP show a hint of weakness.
This Tristana pick from Abel, such a clutch moment, but also just a lethal pairing with the Melio. The range advantage, but the damage done, man. It is so crazy. He's on 3.5 items now. He'll have that Quicksilver, so be able to get out some CC with that Breath of Life as well. So, man, it's going to be hard to kill Abel at this point.
He has Cleanse, QSS, and then the Milio ult as well. OMG, they're a team which innovated so well around top side of the map in spring. We were wondering whether they could do the same around bot side to the same degree, to the same success anyway. And with this lane, leaving up the Yuumi and the Milio as well, and winning the trade with this, it's a very important step for the meta. If OMG can show you can beat the Yuumi with the Milio and take that trade with one of these lanes, it is an incredible step forward in our understanding the meta.
And look how much pressure Abel puts on those towers. The Demolitionist has come to town. Photic is still looking for his in on this Aphelios. You have those one bright moments. You have that 200 years of experience, but you've got to be set up in a position for that. And that's why I just love this third game. We've gone away from what matters in the early game, the early aggression for both junglers, to where they had just stacked resources into the big guns of Abel and Photic. And now it is a 1v1 for their lives in this series at this point. You've got to look at the focus as Siege comes down and inhib falls in mid. NIP need to do something.
I was a huge fan of the Halo games growing up, and it feels like the Mac rounds are spinning up. Artillery is ready. OMG, Cure Dream's caught.
They got that Heartbreaker down. They got one body. They're looking for more resets here. And they need to watch Abel, though. He's the big focus. Going back into the pit. Heartbreaker not going to hit from Shadow. Abel's still alive. Moonlight Vigil comes through. You're starting to get resets on both sides. Rocket Jump comes out from Abel. Abel's looking for another one. He got shut down by Angel last time. He won't be shut down this time. And Shanji, he's going to find that slicing Maelstrom, but can't get the damage to stick. Photic, that's a lot of buster shot. Tick, tick, gone. A quadra kill for Abel. Can he get the penta here? Does he even want it? It's all eyes on Abel for OMG. We said he could have been the weak link. Well, there ain't no weak link in this bot lane today.
Abel becomes Kane, the original murderer. Quadra kill for him. And this Tristana, Milio, this experiment, the Gambit leaving up the Yuumi, taking the Milio. It works out, and you'll see them to 3-2, taking down the Ninjas in Pajamas.
2-1 and a huge reverse sweep from OMG. Just seeming like they found the composition in game 2 that worked for them. They found the aggression that worked for them. And here, even though there was a lot of promising fights from NIP, OMG just with the decisive plays and with the Tristana pick that took the game by storm.
In some of the pre-game interviews we had before we came into a couple of games in this series, one of the things that was said was that there was going to be a lot of bot lane fighting. That actually wasn't the identity of this series. It felt like it was largely around the jungle pressure early, which allowed lanes to stay in their lanes. And allowing that to happen and scaling up with an Enchanter changed the identity of the game. Suddenly you're not seeing huge Nautilus hooks in this bot lane, so you kind of set up for huge dives and to get 4-man plays towards people under their turret. It was more about coming online and coming into those first big team fights of the game. Game 1, Zeri couldn't quite make it happen for OMG. In the second and third games, though, Abel really started to come online. And I'm very excited because one of the things which we've taken from OMG as a team, even from last year, even though they didn't make those playoffs runs, is that they always had a bit of a half step ahead of the meta than most of the rest of the world. A lot of teams look to them to see what picks they're taking in to say, can you counter this very powerful pick? They had a Victor top counter pick to Kennen when he was the meta pick in top lane. And now we're seeing this Aphelios and the Milio. They managed to, rather the Aphelios and the Yuumi, they pick out the Milio themselves and they say, we can win this side of the trade. I'm very excited to see the next series that these guys play to say, if someone else can try and one-up them and say, okay, can you win the other side of the matchup?
Yeah, I think that's the conversation that needs to become now, because for NIP, again, the crucial connection for us coming into this one was mid-jungle, and we saw that Shadow was very heavily oppressed early on in every single game of this series. He was able to finally come back with a bit of an answer in game number 3, but I still like this kind of style of composition for NIP, but you've got to be able to adapt in the situation, especially when there's non-meta picks being thrown your way. And we got to see a little bit of that in game number 1, where the TF came out for Angel, a tried and true classic for him, but it was that continuation, right? As soon as that momentum stopped swinging their way, it just felt like they didn't have any gas in the tank.
Yeah, and this is one of the issues about playing a team like OMG. And also teams like NIP that come in with really good strategies at points too, where again, you have to double tap. We learned this from Zombieland. You got to double tap. One game's not enough. You got to have enough in the pocket to be able to finish off these series. LGD, they are sat at 0-5 in series, and yet every time in game one, they come out with something really impressive. They're better than a 0-5 team, and yet they've shown that, again, you can't rely on that first game to see yourself to series wins. Same here with NIP. They have themselves a lot of good stuff to work on. I really like the way that Angel has been playing in summer so far. I really like the way that Shadow has been playing in summer so far. But against a team like OMG, they will always come back and adapt later into the series. And that is the difference between OMG a little bit higher up the table compared to some of our mid-table teams.
Yeah, and that's where I start to rack my brain to figure out who I want to give MVP here. Because I think you had such wonderful setup for Shanji yet again in the top side. He did get MVP for game number 2, but the fact that we just had the Tristana, a comfort pick for Abel, also the first time he's played it since spring for a long while, 119 days I think it was, and that he shut down a Yuumi lane. I mean, that's like multiple MVPs need to be given over, right? Like that's like the key to the city.
It's like
maybe needs to be given over.
Yeah, we need to like come up with another thing for this, because so often we talk about we don't give players of the game to Yuumi. It's Yuumi after all. If you beat the Yuumi, you've got to get some plus points in there as well, because this champion has just come back into the meta and you're sat there going, here we go again. Abel did a really good job alongside PPGod, again, scaling up alongside it. It's a team effort, of course. We were talking about how Shadow and Aki, the way that that jungle matchup played out, meant that the lanes could play out in isolation. It meant that Cream could keep Angel trapped in lane. Abel, PPGod, they scaled alongside them, and they outscaled in the team fights too. So having the whole team set each other up for success, very cool to see.
Also, just another shout out to PPGod, not finding the success that was kind of promised with that original V5 roster, and to come against your old organization who is in IP now. You got to hear him talk a little bit about it. It's got to feel really good, and to whip out this kind of duo in the bot lane, it just is that little bit of a cherry on top for the squad, I think. But OMG are that team that is just scrappy. You have to respect them in the draft. You have to respect them in game.
That guy, but all 5 of them.
That guy.
They're just that guy.
Timothy, if you will.
Drummer for the Roll Him Stones.
Oh no! So are you saying that that Abel, our good Sir Abel, gets the MVP here on the Tristana pick?
I'm almost wondering if I want to give it to Cream for his flank angles and the way that he comboed up with Aki as well. I think Cream gave the space, particularly around that first, the huge big dragon fight. Again, Cream was a big part of that combo. I like Cream anyway. I'm a little bit biased towards him because he's such an aggressive mid laner. And as a mid laner myself, I love to see mid laners that find these aggressive angles. But the fact that you kind of put down this pick on the table and said, look, I'm going to make this Tristana work even into one of the strongest meta bot lanes right now, I think that is its value in its own self. Honestly, if it goes to Cream or to Abel, I'm pretty happy with it. Honestly, though, again, it's a team effort. This is one of those games where if anyone picks it up, I'm like, yeah, whatever, sure. You all deserve it, I guess.
Everybody gets one. It's participation trophies. While we're waiting for that MVP, though, I do want to look forward for both these two teams. NIP will be facing Ultra Prime on Friday, and we will actually have an interesting matchup there because I think the jungle synergy is going to be super crucial, just like in this one. But maybe NIP learn a little bit from this matchup in OMG as well. And then on the other side for OMG, they'll be facing IG next.
Ooh, and IG just announced that one of their LDL top laners has just joined the roster as well. They've had some top laner woes recently with YSKM stepping in and out of the roster. He had some issues in spring as well, so potentially with both him and Harry both struggling their own right, maybe they're looking for another kind of X factor towards that top side. Going up against Shanji, it's a pretty hard way to work with that. Of course, IG are also playing against EDG, with Uzi on them soon as well. So kind of watching how they play out in the next week, there's going to be an awful lot of tests for that organization coming into the next week of the LPL. But that's just the great thing about this league. You know, each team only plays each other once, but because you've got 17 teams, the amount of variation you have in matchups and the storylines that come with them is really great to see.
And also, you know, back to my point about PPGod, now he gets to hold it over NIP until the next time they meet. If maybe they don't meet in playoffs, then he just gets to hold it until next year.
And then Angel was saying, oh, you know, I never lose to Cream. You have today, dude. So there's some records set here.
Results-based analysis, I don't know what to say.
I love it. That's my bread and butter, man. I don't feel like using my brain. Results. Let's go.
Results. Speaking of results, hopefully we'll have the MVP very soon because we do need to get into our next series. Hopefully after a little bit of a break, we'll have a very hyped series. We do. Guess who? It's a shocker. Out of nowhere, out of left field, RKO. It's Abel who gets MVP.
And he absolutely deserves it, he does. Really good positioning in the team fights that he kind of took over. It was a big question of, hey, if you can blow up the Tristana with the Gragas flanks and the Viego resets, maybe things get a bit awkward. That wasn't the case. Abel did a really good job of threatening those resets, staying safe at the start of the fights, and becoming a threat throughout the entirety of the game.
Huge stuff, as well as just a great counter pick to the situation, but a combo with that Melio. And I think for Abel, who has had a track record of being an important figure in the ADC world of LPL, with a little bit of a fall off when we're seeing him not find a lot of that super success with OMG, making those Dark Horse runs, but definitely wanting to try to get a bit of a come up here in this summer split.
And, you know, it's so exciting to watch these teams, particularly OMG. I think they're probably my favorite team to watch in the LPL, as they are for many others. They're not necessarily the cleanest or best team in the LPL. I want to make that very clear, but they're incredibly entertaining to watch. And even as an analyst watching, you can watch their gameplay and say, oh, you know, they're basically going to play like Zug gameplay all in all the time. And there's something to that where you're going to go, yeah, maybe they aren't as reserved as they need to be in some points. But the way they set themselves up for success and evolve the meta is just so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, and it came through a lot of this kind of stuff from Abel. The quadra kill, didn't even care about the penta. It was like, oh, you could take the 5th kill. I just want to focus on the game itself.
An AD carry that doesn't care about the pentakill, I've never met them in my life. Well, today we have, but yeah.
Get you a main that could do both, apparently. Look for kills and also give kills. That is it for our first series of the night, though. It was an impressive reverse sweep from OMG 2-1 over NIP. We're going to take a small little break while we get over and get ready for our second series of the night. It's JDG versus RNG, so we'll be right back.
MSI title holders, let's go.
What Yuumi does, with help from jungle mid
This
as
is
well.
one-shot potential.
It is, oh dear Lord, Cream. Solo kill, baby, but this man's in charge.
To be very aware that Nico, despite only having a couple of items, is still very, very scary. Tarzan gets caught out and has to use his stopwatch. That's huge. They're going to go in with the Cyclone, try and jump on the Gala. There's the Pop Blossom though on the backside of this one here, but Gala's already gone down. They're going to get so many more kills off of this. Zika just can't finish off anybody. Ruler with the stopwatch doesn't go down. And then in the blink of an eye, they've got to win the game.
But Weibo Gaming still consistently not wanting to give it over, while, yeah, Topside's losing out too, so an inner turret goes down, and LNG just keep hovering between that and the river. Okay, double flash comes through, and that's what you want to see from Light. He's just tearing them up. All of a sudden, LNG get way too close to the Light, and they get flash bang.
Yeah, having nothing on their side, but still, I mean, I guess when it has just been a game of farming, still having to be feared, maintaining map presence. The one thing LGUP going for them in terms of map pressure is the Jax down in that bottom lane. They're going to try and force through Sign fast with Scout.
3-man Pop Blossom is good. Is they going to try and make this one work? Scout goes golden. There's going to be missing, trying to see if he can get on top of Gala, but an immediate cleanse there from Gala keeps him safe. Moonlight Vigil is only on top of 369, but it's only the one you want to try and take him out. Double kill coming in here for Zika as they've got JDG routed. Great Pop Blossom started it all off, and now with 2 people dead, specifically the jungler of JDG, this could be a Baron.
So Knight is stood on this blast cone. Watch what he can do with that. There's no vision inside the pit to see Knight hop over this wall. Venus can get Hullbreaker, but needs to be stood away from the
Here
scene.
he is.
Knight.
Meteor goes
There he
in,
goes.
Jinzhao trying to connect. They're getting Ruler. Big blade caller. Everything goes on a Ruler, and he stands the test of time for now. The rest of JDG have already picked him up. Ruler is still standing. Ruler will not go down, and Ruler outplays them all.
They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading.
tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world washing over me. But I got no time to be bitter, no doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you, there's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter, no doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you, there's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name.
对 RNG 的话，其实 RNG 的打野选手前面节奏太好了，所以要注意这个节奏吧。而且现在他们这个赛季先组队了吧？新组队的话，其实大家都很努力，所以就要小心一点。对绿宝选手就得小心一点，我会一直抓下的。我们刚打完 MSI 吧，所以我们放假之后刚回来打比赛，肯定要会失误的，但是我们会慢慢改变的。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split. Got to hear some words there as well, just from the approach of JDG, let alone just a little bit of their track record at this point. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Nymera. We are over to Beijing. Well, we're going to try and catch up with the series that has already started since we had our 3-game series in the first one. And Nymera, it is a banger. It is JDG versus RNG. Worlds caliber, MSI caliber junglers coming at it, both having victories at those at international MSI, but specifically the way they play into each other is so gosh darn interesting.
It absolutely is. And, you know, these two teams have a lot of MSI titles between them now. Of course, JDG absolutely stomping the LPL as it happens. They lost that one series, of course, to Weibo in summer so far. But as we were saying, they took a well-earned break after MSI, and they came back and they've had to ramp back up to speed. They've barely missed a step. The fact that we're calling it notable that they lost one series is in itself notable. Back onto the Rift, though, and now we're going to see what comes out with these drafts.
Yeah. We are in JDG's home arena in Beijing. That's why they have the beautiful skybox and a huge crowd to represent. As, man, I love to see those audiences. As a lot of love for these two teams, specifically the track record, the history of RNG, but the renaissance that feels like is on the cusp of starting for this JDG roster. And I think that's where we have to put a little bit of perspective for both these two teams. We will be having the draft come up here shortly, but I think the difference in trajectories right now for these teams is very, very intense. As speaking of intense, I guess we won't get to talk about that because the level 1 way getting a little bit low. And there you go, Konami. He gets first blood for JDG.
Oh,
Breathe,
no.
you're in a little bit of trouble here. As Kasante level 1 still gets the knockback, and flashing for the kill comes Knight.
This is just the worst possible start for RNG. JDG are a team with a lead, which snowball harder than pretty much anyone else in the lead. Giving them anything is too much in the early game.
All right, Ruler a little bit low, but wanting this 2v2 is LP and Lumao. Again, we had a little bit of a desync there, but here we are right back into it. And I think this 2v2 down here is going to lend to a lot of the pressure we'll see from Wei and Konami.
For sure. I mean, we were talking about it in the first series, a lot of the players talking about it on their interviews as well. Bot lane gets a lead. Things are pretty disastrous after that point. So this early game mid-jungle lead now from JDG needs to then transfer into something bot side, particularly when you have the likes of Ruler down there as well. If he gets to play the game early on, he will end the game very soon afterwards.
truly will. I think we've seen the might of JDG
Oh, and he's playing
on
his
full
own skin.
display.
He's playing his own skin. He's playing the Samsung Galaxy Sire. I mean, he
Yep,
only plays
he
that
is indeed.
in games which he feels are kind of important, or the ones which are kind of significant. So that's a notable thing.
I think seeing the combo, at least in terms of missing, escorting him in that fashion as well. The duo is on point as LP might be getting aggressed by that duo. And there's the strength of JDG. Ruler gets the kill.
Who knew feathers could cut so deep? LP just gets caught out. Doesn't flash early enough. Missing doesn't even have to flash forwards. Just gets him straight out. And LP really been blindsided in this early game.
Here's the answer from RNG, though. They're looking at top lane. They're looking at 369 as a weak point into this Gnar matchup for Breathe, as they are going to try to combo this with this Poppy for Wei. Get this damage down and should be able to get the ticks here on the 369. So RNG get themselves on the board.
Wei really has been the most consistent and impactful member of RNG in summer so far. And imagine saying that even just a year ago, particularly before MSI last year. A lot of people would say, say you're trolling, say you're joking. Wei was definitely a player which has needed to mature into his role, but he has aged like a fine wine here on the RNG roster. One of the very few remaining, of course, from last year. The entire bot side of the map switched out from RNG, but Wei really doing his best to lead his team from the front.
And before, when Xiaohu was on the team, Wei connected with him constantly. And it was this general aspect from the mid lane and the top lane, because Xiaohu can do both, why not? And the fact that it was kind of like the sword of RNG became Wei. But now, since then, since losing Ming, since losing Xiaohu, since losing the major voices of the team, mom and dad, it feels like Wei has had to step up into that position, right? And you have had this influx of Lumao with a lot of track record, a lot of experience, but it feels like RNG live and die off of Wei and Breathe in terms of a leadership aspect.
And particularly because Xiaohu is one of the greatest players of League of Legends of all time. Parting ways with a player like that, very, very difficult. Wei has learned his best from them. I don't think JDG spotted that pet jumping across that vision right now. He's behind Knight, doesn't have flash.
Gonna try to get into the wall, but Knight knows to position away from his tower. He's not gonna get baited by Wei. Kanavi was looking bot side.
Was wondering, but now Kanavi, you're right, has the free play on bot side. There is no flash in LP. There's a heal just coming off cooldown for Lumao.
Is not going to take the brunt of that trade there, but able to trade back because, you know, Lulu thinks. Lulu does damage too. And the trios are looking, right? RNG, so far, they're hovering so heavily towards Knight, trying to get Tong Yuan something on this Ahri, while it's clear that Kanavi is hovering this bot lane very, very heavily. We will get redeploy out from Kanavi towards top side, but Wei needs to try to get a reset or get something going.
Wei is really trying to force something in this mid lane while Knight's flash is still down. Really wondering if there'd be a flash charm at some point from Tiny Run. Hex flash in.
Gonna go for a second one. Point blank flash. That's huge. The knockback there on the Knight. He does have the pullback, and Wei gets the kill. So you wait around a little bit, and you end up getting paid. Huge stuff to get RNG back on the board.
Okay, so we saw level 1, 2 kills go to JDG through that top side of the map. Used a lot of flashes for it, though. Punished in the mid lane before Knight's flash came off a cooldown. 369, similar there as well. So RNG at least keeping up with the tempo. Something that Kanavi was saying in his interview. Wei has been the real pace setter for RNG. No different in this game.
He's able to get a nice little lead on the Poppy. We're going to be looking at a replay of that one. Wei's second attempt coming to mid lane, and it works out.
I think what they were waiting for was Knight's stun to be down. Uses the dematerializer to threaten a charm angle. Flashes beyond it, realizing the timing is right then, and Tinyman gets to combo up with his jungler. Something that we said the RNG of old used to do.
And I love the highlight and the at least resource facilitation towards mid lane for Tong Yuan, because we could talk about Knight all day long, finally getting that international trophy at MSI this last split. But this is a new mid laner for RNG who had to step into such huge shoes in Xiaohu, and who is a pure developmental piece of RNG as a whole, right? Being brought up from the Royal Club, where he spent a decent part of a year, and trying to make it work here in the LPL. Again, trying to be that general or at least some point of power for RNG from mid lane.
As well. That's annoying. Well, comes up well with his jungler, but one of the big sticking points with Tangaran has been that he was trying to be molded into the new Xiaohu 2.0. It felt like RNG were putting him onto all of the Xiaohu-like picks, like the Galio and the Ahri, and yes, they're meta picks in a lot of ways, but he wasn't really filling the same kind of role. Knives going to spot out on that recall. And as we can see that, Tanguam, if he gets support early so he can ignore that early part of the laning phase, tends to do pretty okay for himself. However, one of the ways that RNG... Oh, flash traded. But one of the ways RNG lost to OMG in their last series was because Tangman was left alone in an individual laning phase versus Cream and versus Knight, who's arguably the best laning player in the LPL, at least from the mid lane. That's a dangerous prospect. RNG trying to prop him up in this early game.
It's a decent struggle to have here earlier on, but we're actually looking at the awkward push here from the bottom side and missing, maybe taking a little bit of a trade here as the wave crashing from RNG is pretty big. The Lumao trying to put pressure on an organization that he spent a long time with, I would say, with JDG over 4 years. Been a little bit of a while removed now, but here on RNG, a new face to this organization. Wanted to make something happen with upstart 80 LP on his side.
And RNG did the 80 carry swap with LNG between spring and summer. Gala went over there, LP came over to RNG. And actually, you know, I think at the start of that, everyone was thinking huge win for LNG. Gala is so good, but RNG honestly have been doing pretty well with the 80 carry swap, and LNG have been struggling a little bit in their own regards. Have ourselves this Herald spawn right now, though. 80 carry is not a part of this one at all. It's about those mid jungles, it's about those top laners roaming down when they see fit.
Get the Rift Herald start up here by way with a preemptive strike. We got Lumao, who is looking for a bit of a roam timer where Missing has not found his. We actually see that vision playing a huge part into this, but Lumao's coming up towards mid lane. So RNG obviously putting some big resources and care into trying to get an objective for their own after giving over first dragon to JDG.
So Missing also roaming. LP just behind the both of them. Missing has level 6. You don't have that on Lumao.
Trying to get that combo, but that charm delays. Big all out though. Here comes 369 and the rest of JDG. They pounce straight into the throat of RNG. That's a double kill for Kanavi. And it's LP with a bit of respite in the mid lane to try to save that tower, but Ruler's picking up plays all the same.
But RNG doubled down on that Herald play by bringing up Lumao and LP, and they still lose the fight. Missing had the level 6 for that fight, uses his summoners, gets the quickness in there as well. RNG, they are just absolutely blown apart. JDG, again, they're such a talented skirmishing early game team alongside their teamfight identity as well, and you can see that again around this.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Such a talented skirmish teamfight team. They don't miss ultimates on sitting ducks, but it doesn't matter when you have an extra engage ultimate. Missing uses the double charge, the battle dance, to get onto the targets he needs to. It's actually significantly high damage as well in this early game when you combo it all together with Ignite.
All right, RNG are right back to it, though. They get this Rift Herald, so they finally will get something back for themselves in terms of those neutral objectives. But this is where I do want to bring up this kind of trajectory I foreshadowed to earlier, right? RNG have been talking a lot about kind of bringing in the new pieces. JDG brought in new pieces, but they were guns, my friend. And they are looking at a trajectory that is worlds bound. They are looking at a trajectory that means a win here in Summer Split yet again.
So that's a really important conversation, because what JDG did is they kept their jungle support duo together of Kanavi and Missing. That helps you synergize quicker, because they're the ones which need to be on the same page more often than not, and they added some of the best carries in the world to their roster. Super teams have failed before. It was a little bit of a worry for JDG, I suppose, when you look at top esports also failing, and we thought they were going to be a super team. But JDG, they have meshed incredibly well, incredibly quickly. I think the scariest thing about this roster is that, again, I've said this a couple of times, I feel like we still got more to see from this team. You can tell the caliber of these players, but I don't even think we've seen the ceiling of this team yet.
Ceiling is looking like it's in space at this point. Ruler has been so good this split already. And
you
it's
get
just
altitude sickness when you go towards the ceiling.
Yeah, a little bit of vertigo if you're looking straight up. But especially the fact that like it's not just one position that's lending strength. It's Kanavi is so good from the jungle, but he has so many things to play around because everybody is a threat. And Kanavi is now looking to make Knight a threat in the mid lane. Tong Yuen will burn that Spirit Rush, gets out alive himself. Wei was looking on the bot side for something.
LP throws out the Midnight Vigil, has a lot of burst.
That combo, though.
He's going to chunk out Ruler, allowing this Herald to go down. Kanavi still has ult, didn't use that in that bot side. Tiny Wan's made his way down, but doesn't have ult. He doesn't have the same combat potential right now as Knight does.
Yeah, charge actually go through, get LP some gold there, but they're just trying to defend off of this collapse of JDG. Tibbers is available, but no flash.
Watch missing.
Missing pops that quickness, hits that grand entrance. Nice keeper's verdict, evens the odds, and Missing goes down.
Where there's a will, there's a way, and it turns out there's no enemy team members to worry about. He just punts them out of the fight. Fantastic poppy ult, reduces the angle from Missing to absolutely nothing. Looked like a great fight in the making. Way's ult evens the deal.
Really crucial stuff that this execution becomes so important in the game, in these fights. Knight goes for a big engage with the Tibbers. They don't really have the damage back, though, as actually Lumao will fall. Tong-Yuen afterwards as well. Does end up getting a little bit of a cleanup. Knight in trouble here. He does have a stun, but it doesn't matter. A double kill comes across for Wei, and ain't it so fitting that the caliber of junglers that we have, they're both sitting at 4-1.
Yeah, Kanavi tries to go for the uneven fight, says, okay, you use your ultimates, I still have mine, and I've got a decent amount of damage to go with it. However, they lose the fight. The gold is starting to get a little bit more even than JDG would have liked to go towards. They've been skirmishing well in this early game for the most part. 369 will manage to get themselves at least some top turrets as recompense for this, but RNG, they're giving as good as they take right now.
They are indeed. We're going to take a look at that replay as well and see how it just went down because Missing pulled the trigger.
This is the ult, which really solves this fight. Knight,
Merry
Kanavi,
Christmas.
they stack together. No, that's when you don't like your Christmas presents, you send them back, like you keep the receipts. It's like, nope, okay, poppy ult, back out there. That is a clutch steadfast presence coming in from the poppy afterwards too. Stops Kanavi connecting with the E, grounds him as well, means that he takes a lot of extra damage from that. The early damage of the steadfast presence is actually fairly notable. Makes enough for that one. So RNG, they get themselves that objective, get themselves a one fight. End of the day, you still have a couple of members from JDG, which are very, very strong though. Kanavi first and foremost amongst them, and RNG, they need to keep up this level of ability to punish JDG when they go a little too aggressive.
Yeah, we've seen aggression be kind of the name of the game on both sides, but that's where I do want to hone back in at kind of style of compositions, because we are looking at a game where if we get to a late game, it's literally just going to be LP versus Ruler, as we saw kind of the culmination of last series. But until then, it's about Kanavi and Wei leading the charge with Tong-Yuen and Knight trying to follow up. And Lumao and Missing are an important tri-piece into this combo. And we see Lumao is already here, Missing already here, looking for it.
Turning around once again under the spot turret. Doesn't have any magic resist right now. Something that we highlighted about the Annie-Ari matchup in our previous series. That can very much help. Manages to spot out Kanavi's recall in that brush with his Orb of Deception. We'll cancel that one, but Tong-Yuen, need to keep an eye on him. Very much under threat if JDG get Knight on top of him.
And right now we just got a little bit of a lull state here. We have objectives secured on both sides. We got about a minute for the Rift Herald coming up for JDG potentially to put some pressure on. But that also means that we've gotten first item spikes pretty much across the board. Knight's lagging behind just a little bit, but he should buy it now when he gets his back off. And that does even the stakes just a tiny bit in the skirmishing.
Wei spots out Kanavi recalling on that bot side. Understands that Knight's probably gone from there as well. So RNG get to play the next 30 seconds as though there is no jungler on the map, because they know there's no jungler on the map. Gold just about as even as it has been the entirety of this game. It wasn't that even early on because we had the 2 kills coming bright and early from that one. Dragon not up. Herald spawning the next couple of seconds as well. Knight clearing out the wave.
Going for it though. Tibbers on the Tong-Yuen, and he will get the Everfrost back as a response. TP's coming in from JDG with Kanavi wrapping around the side. Wei has already claimed the kill, but here comes the rest of JDG. And you have Missing trying to go with that Quitnix engage, gets the double grand entrance, and Ruler is being chased. He gets the cleanse out with the Feather Call, coming through now, clutch. Featherstorm Blade Caller combo, gets Tong-Yuen. The LP is still big, but he can't face the might of Ruler. A double kill for Kanavi, and JDG come out on top.
In the LPL, we measure our bot diff with a ruler, but I mean, at the top side, sadly can't say the same thing for JDG. Breathe, takes down 369, cancelled his teleport, which was coming into that fight. Meaning that RNG maybe thought the fight was on, still lose it anyway. Not going to respond towards that top side of Knight. Had a bit of another awkward one in that fight. But either way, it doesn't matter. After the fight ends, JDG, they get themselves that mid lane out of turret. They're buying themselves some more space across the map, particularly with structures falling now. JDG will have more inroads to look forward to these skirmishes again.
Let's look at that replay now as well. We see the top lane as the Megadar is what? 369 was angry.
It was the ETS. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's got his Mega Nart down. We can do something about this. Mini-Nart has a lot of damage, folks. Great if you get on top of him, but Breathe just outspaces him.
Get kited, as I'm the better MSI. You know, want
Do we not
to
talk about that one
represent
either?
at least if you can. You know, Breathe might be a little salty there, but you know, it is what it is. But in this situation here, it's a attempted capitalization from JDG in a situation where, yes, topside did go wrong in their avenue, but it was a nice fight from RNG, all things brought.
One of the things which might go amiss there, I'm trying to think. Oh no, there was a ward over the wall. I was wondering if it was the Ignite which
There
gave
was,
Vision
yeah.
away, which allowed the E over the wall from Kanavi. But Kanavi, one of the very best Wukongs in the world, probably the best Wukong in the world, currently has 2 items, 6-1-1, and is showing once again why there are always too many champions to remove from JDG's pockets.
I just gotta, you know, preach a little bit on Breathe though, to some extent. Obviously came in after RNG had won their MSI and never had found that success with RNG. Now, really a crucial pillar that RNG is built around, as we were kind of talking about, their influx of newer players, their influx of just additions that are replacing a lot of the old guard here for them. But I still find confidence in him to take on a lot of these 1v1 matchups.
Navi.
And we'll see if he can do anything here, as he will not be able to influence this fight. And LP might have wanted him here. As he goes down, Knight is going to get a second kill, and it's Ruler who gets his third. There are some responses in side lane by RNG, but it's a full court press in mid lane by JDG.
And they're going to get themselves the Dragon off the back of that. Knight doesn't miss the Annie Tibbers yet again. Gets the third one of the 2 times of trying. It's going to be another charging towards his mid lane.
Third time's the charm.
Don't know if you can... Oh, you don't have ult on Ruler right now.
Yeah, he has a nice big shutdown on him as well, going straight to Breeze's pocket.
You wanna keep preaching about this guy? He's doing a pretty good job right now, picking up a lot of the pieces, which are falling off of a couple of the back end of these skirmishes from JDG. Again, credit to RNG. This is meant to be one of the hardest matchups in the whole LPL right now. JDG, despite the fact that they've had a little bit of the MSI hangover, coming in still very, very strong. But RNG showing that they are continuing to build after their roster rebuild from spring to summer as well. They came into this whole year with relatively high expectations, didn't meet them, trying to get that again in summer. They're doing okay in this first game.
See actually some trade backs of towers. We saw the Observer highlight earlier, though. There is some very lasting damage going on in RNG's mid lane right now on that inhib tower. We'll see if they can kind of defend that one. That pressure will enable JDG. They have gotten a second dragon. There is a timer for them to try to get this soul point later on. We're actually going to take a replay back at that fight where Kanavi kicked it off.
Yeah, but he gets kicked out of the fight just as quickly. Wait, having some awesome ultimates in this game. It's just not enough to disengage everyone. First time he had that big ult, it got rid of the mid laner and the jungler. Can't get rid of Knight in this. And this is the big problem of trying to play FOS into such heavy dive. You can't ever really stay safe to the same amount for someone like that Xayah who can ult away. JDG making good use of that. But of course, it doesn't really apply when you don't have the ult. Breathe just runs down the free kill.
Truly. As they did get distracted a little bit, maybe Ruler whispering a little bit of worth as they got that charge onto the inhib tower. But RNG, here you go. What happens if you're losing?
Here we go,
for
Baron
the
fights.
We'll see. 369 actually get a nice little flank. The keeper's verdict has already come out. Actually goes over to LP. Yeah, the re-engage by JDG. LP goes down. That's a big tippers from Knight. A big engage from JDG will mean that they just tear RNG apart. They don't lose a single member.
RNG are going to try and teleport out, get something back. Knight has himself the stun, gets rid of that recall.
Oh, he stops up Taguin, and he turned into a sweet little treat for JDG.
At what cost? It cost them 4 members. Only the Lulu with the Baron buff. That lasting damage on that mid lane inhibitor turret might have been able to be capitalized on for a second. However, JDG not going to over-push towards that. They're going to keep 369 on that top side. Going to keep Knight pushing down towards his bot side with a teleport as well. He's at 10 stacks on his Dark Seal after all of these fights in a row. JDG, they lose themselves the Baron, but they're taking the real victory in this war. They're taking everything across the map.
Just waiting for that book to be bought and for Knight to go to the library. We'll look back at RNG's attempt. Again, we've seen this time and time again. It just didn't matter this time.
soon as the Baron spawns in the LPL, things just go completely off the rails. That is a clutch Cyclone to stop Breed getting on top of Ruler. Might have been able to force him to stop doing some DPS for just a little bit, buy someone else some extra time to escape. It just doesn't happen. A couple of near misses for RNG. The ultimate doesn't quite catch onto Xayah. Nah, can't quite get onto them either. And then after this, it is complete cleanup crew. Now trying to clean up Knight on the sideline though.
369 like, peace, I'm out. He actually finds Lumel on the back end of that one. We do get the kill over to LP. As I think the fight has continued. Yeah, 369. He all out Lumel. No! Lumel, you thought you had the flank, but you're just a little Lulu.
Missing has the battle dance, doesn't have his flash up for another couple of seconds.
Oh, let's go! Decisive boxing action from JDG. They're chasing down LP. Big stick from Kanavi. And that's 369 cleaning up way. JDG will get some backs off. They need to deal with Breed, but they still have a big amount of pressure to put bot lane.
The first few minutes in this game, you could have believed that RNG were fighting evenly, but JDG, they just always have another round left in them in this boxing match. They're finally taking this mid lane inhibitor. They're pulling ahead in gold. There are no Baron buffs left for RNG. They've walked away from this whole macro affair with so much extra than RNG.
Kanavi said, you want this smoke, Tug UN? I'll smack you with my stick again! Kanavi gets the big one.
Monkey see, monkey bonk. Kanavi, best Wukong in the world, continually finding these engages, getting huge teamfight DPS, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
He is 9-1 on this pick, man. Oh my goodness. We thought Wei was giving him a bit of a run for his money. He is just running all over RNG. Holy cow, he just says, on sight, I will take you out. Knight says, I got you too, bro. I'm gonna be right there next to you. As JDG are pushing mid lane, I was gonna say it's a bit aggressive. They'll turn back to get this Dragon Soul point.
I think with the respawn coming in from Tanyuan, you feel just about held back enough to not go towards that end. They're gonna see themselves to a Dragon either way. They are just finding victory after victory, and JDG, MSI title holders, LPL title holders, showing why they are at the top of the table.
Knight wants LP. He wants to take him out. And he's like, I'm not, you know, I'll let the youngin live for another day here. As he does not pull the trigger there. We get the full resets after that Dragon Soul point taken by JDG. We see Wei trying to be proactive here, and I do like that. Problem on the table, though, is that GA has now been completed for Kanavi. You thought he was playing out of his mind before. Well, he's going to be playing even more aggressive now.
So, going back onto the Rift, more resets coming through. Got a stat for you, by the way. All-time in his career, Kanavi 24-7 in all of his games, 6.2 KDA. It is one heck of a record performance he has had on this champion as soon as it came into meta. It gives him everything he wants. He's just such a good invading early game pressure jungler. When he gets the ability to do that, he's crazy. He's currently got a 3-level lead on Wei. He spots him out, and I'm not going to lie, I think he takes this 1v3. He doesn't care. He's just sat there and goes, bring more people.
He did end up getting the blue. Luckily, Wei is able to secure that one for him. As at least that comes up for RNG, but Kanavi will not relent. He has Ruler pushing this top side, and there is a tier 2 to come knocking. Kanavi's looking for it.
Has himself a Guardian Angel as well. Really just playing aggressively, playing on the front line, 9, 1, and 7. What can't this jungler do? Take down this turret as well. They don't have a Baron buff, they don't need it. Baron spawns in a minute though. That would be the death blow for RNG. You'd have to feel Soul also on the table in 3.5 minutes. Even if RNG find themselves a miracle fight, that would have to be the start of something in a chain of events. Lumel tried to at least steal the no! 9 HP! Oh, just give them one thing,
up.
could you?
Could not get it. Now it's just JDG back on that Breed playing a little bit of you can't catch me now. But I love the story of Kanavi, right? He has been a mainstay on JDG since his time on Griffin. He was a spotlighted jungler even back then, but has really just been grinding it out with JDG. They have continually shifted some pieces around him, and I think it stands the test of time that Kanavi will end up being a legacy jungler in the LPL. Even with those starts in Griffin in the LCK, he has made an absolute name for himself in the LPL.
I think he's really put himself into the Hall of Fame, unofficial though it might be. Kanavi was a player which typically suffered a lot from... Oh, that's an ult. You see him? See? No. Oh, no! Oh, the ult into the wall. Oh,
Just keep
God, that's
talking.
painful.
Keep talking, bro. Keep talking. Just keep
No,
going.
so Kanavi, yeah, he used to be a jungler that used to, invade a little too heavily, and, he died when he didn't have pushing lanes. He's become a real holistic jungler now, though. It feels like he's really rounded off his game. He's no longer a player with all of these stylistic weaknesses, which we occasionally saw. Had a replay where he managed to force out Where's ult as well. He's just going in again.
Nope, he's just going in. And he's got the follow-up from missing. Who actually takes a huge chunk of damage. He's looking for Lumao. He wants the previous JDG support of Lumao. And he claims his head. There's TPs potentially available if they want to kind of punish any more. But there is also Baron on the table.
Wait, buddy. You okay there? Breathe on vision. Sees missing. Maybe can get him with a Meganar, but rules
Got
over the
Meganar
wall.
here. Let's get the grand entrance on him, and that's all members of JDG straight onto that Meganar. And you might be mega, but you're gonna be megally dead as Wei is waiting in the wings for a potential steal.
That one was cut down to size. Wei has flash, has been off vision for a while, but I think JDG sniff it out.
Wei, can he do it? He's got Taguyen. They're over the wall. Wei's waiting. He's buying time. 1,000. He gets it! Oh my goodness! Breath of life given to RNG from their standout jungler of Wei.
Tanyuan jumps into the pit and smites it down into smite range for Wei. JDG, they tried to hold it at a certain HP, but with the 2 smites on the table, they can't quite do it.
Can't believe the fates have aligned. RNG represent, but Wei, we highlighted this man earlier. This matchup is so intense. Wei versus Kadavi. Wei was waiting back here for so long, and look at the combo come through.
I mean, he spellbook snites to the point it gets just into range. I think that just spooks Kanavi and goes, smites come through, gotta get this down. There are 2 smites on the table. RNG walk away with it. It's a feel-good moment. It's a bit of dopamine. Not sure that's going to save you from bleeding out, but it's a fun moment.
Momentum can be a heck of a thing here in the LPL, though. You still got to deal with Kanavi, who's 10-1-10. No big deal. But they've connected onto him. He's still got his GA, though. And you've got to watch out for the rest of the fight as 369 shows up. Breathe, not going to have Mega. Kanavi goes down. That's a big frontal aggression moment for RNG that they punished the overextended JDG.
You get rid of the GA as well. Of course, that was going to remove that from the table for a little while. So you've taken half an item away from JDG because of that fight. RNG, they've rattled JDG just a little bit.
Man.
But Knight still has flash. Everyone's grouped up in this mid lane. Of course, Elder is not on the table just yet, but Soul is. JDG, they don't have the smite. They're not going to go towards it right now. RNG, they have Baron buff, remember, but they don't necessarily have the items to take on JDG. Knight, Ruler, still incredibly powerful in their own right.
A Hex Soul right now would just be a sinking of the teeth from JDG into RNG, but they will not even contest it. They will live to fight another day, and RNG, with these item spikes, they're really starting to give a little bit of hope here.
Dangerous thing is that hope, but how did that one come about? So, Kanavi, he's very, very fed in this game. We talked about it an awful lot. Very strong. Not quite strong enough to 1v4, even with the GA and being higher level than the enemy solo laners. It's a close run thing, almost kills Wei, and you can feel the confidence in which JDG are playing with. Confidence is it's quite a close thing to lunacy at points, though. Gets a little bit too far over the edge. Goes back onto the map without managing to complete himself a 4th item, but he's getting close to it. The Phage in inventory. Kanavi might even be able to complete it on this back, completing the recall right now. JDG, this game probably should have been over by this point. RNG doing well to extend it, even though they are still behind.
You're against a team called Royal Never Give Up, and you should keep that namesake in mind. You got 4 items away for LP. He's got the guns, and you're looking to get this combo set up. Tong Yuan with that perfectly timed charm in that replay. He is starting to light up, even at the 1, 5, and 7. He is crucial in a lot of the setup damage, but as well as the lockdown CC that RNG are looking for.
Ruler almost pops the Banshee's Veil from Tanyuan. See how long he can keep that one for. It really is only the Zaya
They got
Q
a positive bear that time.
It did, and it was very needed. Tango going on to Ruler.
Oh, Ruler, he has all of his tools. It was all just a bait. As Knight comes in with the timbers, it's not enough in the preemptive strike. Ruler still firing away. Ruler with that Feather Storm and a triple kill already. He's looking for Luma out, but it's looking for the game now. You step up to Ruler, you better be ready for the bat to the head.
Hail to the king, hail to the Ruler, taking the game into his own hands. Pentakill technically on the table here.
He does get that one. He might find one more. I want to see it come through Ruler, just like in the previous series. Okay, he's finally going to focus on it. All right, breathe. He goes down. He got the unofficial Penta for Ruler, and game number 1 holistically in JDG's favor.
Pentakill times out, but Ruler is timeless himself. That Xayah, whenever they turn up to the fight, you just remember that you have, one of the best AD carries in the world also on their roster. This is the terrifying thing about JDG. Whenever someone has one of those awkward moments, like Knight missing those anti-tibbers at some points, and then Kanavi at points to going a little too deep, there's always someone else to pick up the slack. And Ruler in that game, whenever he came to the table, he was absolutely exemplary.
Yeah, he truly was. I think every time I see Ruler get Xayah, it's like, at what moment are you going to think that you can kill this man? And he just laughs in your face. And it happens every single time he plays the Xayah, because you think for a moment, you saw Toguen, his eyes got real big, real bright, trying to find Ruler, but Ruler had literally every tool available, and the second you step up like that, he will just take advantage fully. So it is interesting enough to see how that first game went for JDG, but now we are still catching up. I believe we're going to have the picks and bans come up for game number 2 very quickly now. We should be diving into the game shortly here, Nightmare.
Okay, so let's see what adaptations come out of that Game 2 draft. RNG, I think they did... It's kind of hard to kind of put this into perspective. I think RNG still did fairly well in that first game. Managed to punish the flashes used very, very well. From the level 1, they managed to come up with a load of different ways to hold JDG to account early game. They just couldn't see that through the entire game. And as you can see, I mean, Tanguan and LP still managed to get involved in the game. Breathe also having a decent amount of damage over his opposing number, but just look at Kanavi. What do you do about that?
Look at the KDAs of both Kanavi and Ruler, man. Like 10, 2, and 13, and 11, 1,
It
and
is
5.
unfair to have that many good players on one team. It is unfair, Mazel.
But that is why we set up this trajectory. We said there are differences. RNG are looking at a rebuild period. They're looking to find the right pieces to continue to build around. JDG are looking to win worlds, man. They are set and ready to go just off their MSI championship. So Kanavi gets MVP of that one, rightfully so. He absolutely took control of that game 1. Now we're straight into picks and bans of this game number 2, and it's going to be already first phase complete. We got the Wukong for Wei this time, the Ari for Tongyuan again, and the Xayah for LP for RNG on the blue side. JDG on the red side, however, we'll have that Aphelios and the Annie and the Kazakhs for Kanavi.
Already some worries coming in from RNG by my eye, because when you're playing against Knight's Annie, best Annie in the LPL, one of the best in the world again. You can say that about a lot of champions here for JDG and their players, though. They're really good. That's likely a winning lane versus Tanyuan and Angel, despite the fact that, not Angel, Tanyuan, Angel the last series. It's just the Ahri on the mind man. But when you have the Ahri in that lane, last game, it was great because you had the Poppy to gank early. I don't think you're going to have that again. So you're likely having winning mid lane priority from JDG, and having Kazakhs being able to play around winning mid lane priority is very dangerous from RNG. Annie's going to be a flank threat later into the game. Kanavi's going to build up that Umbral Glaive to deny vision, get Fog of War for Knight to start performing in. RNG, they need to be very careful that Kanavi doesn't get to chokehold the map and put it into darkness very early on after that first item.
And I just have to point out that, like, the man has that kind of performance on Wukong in game number 1, and they just say, let's dive deeper into this. Give you Kazakhs. Let's see what you can do. Can you go 30-0? Let's see what happens. At this point, Kanavi will have that absolute resource allocation here on the Kazakhs, trying to get ahead in the early game. Now, we did get through the second phase of bans. We had the Gnar ban, which is honestly rightfully so towards Breathe, the Nautilus ban as well. On the other side for RNG, we had the Gwen and the Thresh ban there. It is an insta-lock-in of that Rakan for JDG.
Yeah. So we see the Gwen ban. That means the Scion's coming through. Interested now if we're going to get the Gragas last pick for 369. It is 369's Gragas. It's good into tank matchups as well. That would strike me as a powerful pick for them to use. Was surprised that he got the Kasance in that first game. Often very much banned in that first round, as it is in this one. RNG, they don't have themselves a Zaya Rakan. I feel like they do need something to flip this game. There are a lot of squishies you can hook into the team. I don't mind the Blitzcrank as a pick. It gives that X factor you need somehow, some way.
Trying to find a way in here. A little bit of a hover, a little bit of a laugh from Lumao. Does lock in the Blitzcrank. So pulling out a little bit of a magic trick out of the hat here in the last pick for RNG. Just something to offset maybe a little bit of JDG's precision thinking. It is the Ornn actually locked in for 369 as well.
Okay, so the Ornn, good in the tank versus tank matchups as well. It's not going to be 369's Gragas, but similar logic, tank versus tank. You're just going to provide value in those team fights and have a stable laning phase. So this game from JDG is very much about you have engaged from mid lane, top lane, and support. Kha'Zix is there to help support winning lanes, starve out vision, and allow those engages to have much better angles. On the other side, RNG, they're looking to get a hook, they're looking to get a Wukong or an Ahri pick before that can happen. RNG, they let that vision go, the game goes with it. They need to be the ones making proactive picks to stop the blackout of the entire map coming in from JDG.
You got to get a little bit of breathing room, as you will. I'm going to keep going back to that one, but especially the nature of that game number one. You just didn't have any of it. Yeah, you know, it works. But I especially like some of the adaptation, that Blitzcrank pulling away the Zaya from Ruler here. I think they have a lot, especially the way that Wei performed in game number one. I expect that kind of same stylized aggression from him on the Wukong. But like you said, it's that proactivity that you have to see. If you start seeing any lag in that, it's going to become that much more difficult. And if Kanavi in any way, shape, or form gets an advantage on this Kha'Zix, it's going to be a detriment to RNG's faithful.
So, JDG, they open up their new home arena. Plenty of seats in there to fill, and with games like this, games like Game 1, I'm sure their fans will be flocking to fill those seats. RNG, previous MSI title holders, looking to snap back against the current ones.
We have RNG looking at a level 1 with the Blitzcrank, as they should. We got the Gyos in the background. Big crowd tonight. Look at that. So many people here to cheer this one on. And, you know, when you have, again, MSI caliber players going at it like Wei, like Kanavi in this jungle, just specifically that matchup because of how aggressive we've seen both sides play, it becomes that much more fun. Now, we don't get the level 1 that RNG maybe we're looking for. JDG are just too cool, calm, and collected.
Missing, spotting that one out, sees them walk in. Rakan, of course, very safe, can take any one of 2 different mobility options to get out of dodge, should something have happened at level 1. And you know, seeing those fans kind of in that stadium, I was very lucky enough to see the JDG T1 series live. I was there in the London arena, and one thing about the JDG fans is that they're willing to travel, like many LPL fans are, and they are so damn loud, so passionate, and having themselves their own arena now to cheer in. You can tell how much that buoys the sails. I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was Ruler was saying that when he's playing in that arena, it feels like you're playing Worlds, the amount of people screaming out at you from the arena.
Helps to be good at the video game, too. You got all those fans screaming your names. JDG have been pretty damn good. Even as we were talking about earlier, having a bit of that kind of MSI hangover, it still feels like now that they're getting a meta read on this, they're jumping from strength to strength here. And now we will see probably a bit of a calmer situation on the bot side unless Lumao starts landing ungodly hooks here. But Ruler and Missing are definitely playing a back foot.
You don't have Guardian on Missing, so there is less of that shielding potential very early on. You can see that Ruler's got the fleet footwork to stop some of that poke coming in. Pops the Ghost, doesn't dodge.
Ruler, though, does get that flash and the Ghost out of Ruler.
Ruler tried to pop the Ghost, just tried to save that flash and sidestep the hook, but Lumao, pinpoint accuracy very early on. No boots, no higher move speed on that front. RNG getting some value out of the Blitzcrank early on.
That's what you gotta have, though. You pick this pick to offset some of that stability that the enemy team is looking for. I love that Lumao, after all this time, is still willing to go with all this this craziness in the bot lane. But I'm now looking at Wei, who on this Wukong is trying to be as proactive as Kanavi was in game number 1 on it. He's looking bot lane.
He is, and again, trying to upset Ruler if you can do at all possible. Got to shut this guy down. What can they do? They're only level 2.
All right, they're going to flash on the other side. Ruler getting low. Ruler, he's going to go down. First blood for LP.
King of the bot lane deposed for now. Gonna come back. Don't think they can redive as it stands, but they do get rid of another summoner. The heal is gone. They get a wave under turret. This was how LGD took a game off of JDG and very nearly did so again. Despite being a 0-5 team series, they came in with a great plan in their series versus JDG earlier this week. Missing quite a little bit out here.
Keep on fighting, missing, dodging out that Granish. Oh, the minion! The minion comes clutch!
Try to hitbox snipe. You can occasionally hit people when it looks like they're the other side of a minion because champions are just a little bit chunkier than those little guys in their hoods. Not able to do so right there, though. But again, trying to destabilize this bot lane, stop Ruler from becoming that ungodly DPS machine in the late game can be very impactful. LP gonna stop missing from poking his head into that Tribush. Ruler
At least he doesn't have the Xayah, okay?
True. That is true, in fairness. You don't get the full Xayah Rakan combo with his skin as well. Yeah, it's very classic performances when he pulls out his own cosmetic. He won back in all that time, back in Season 7. But he has to start himself off now with a bit of a CS deficit. No summoners to his name right now. Has himself a bit of a soft freeze in front of his turret. I'm not sure if that will slow push back the way out. Probably will do at some point. Crash back in. As it stands, though, solo lane's going fine for JDG. Not nearly the same amount of pressure. Kanavi, though, not able to really leverage anything overweight. They're really now waiting for that first item, Umbral Glaive, to do something. Missing, though, on his reset, looking to snowball the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Get on these timers with the Rakan and try to influence his mid lane for Knight. Tang Yuan has actually had a decent struggle against Knight, but it's not like Knight has found those big advantages. It wasn't until the team fights that Knight started really becoming a big influence. And I think that speaks to something for Tang Yuan, who I feel like even last split was having some troubles, but he was in before Angel and having some troubles in mid lane with some stability.
Well, try last series against OMG. Tang Yuan had to have incredible early jungle pressure in his lane, or he was getting absolutely blasted in the matchups he was put up against Cream in OMG's mid lane. However, though, you're absolutely right. Coming into this series, first 2 games, of course, he had a little bit of help in the early game for game 1. Game 2, though, on his own, still standing fine. Wait until that level 6, though. Maybe Knight with that first Tibbers of the game can chunk him out and hold him back into the lane in the way that we know this matchup tends to go.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really big influence for a reason in that first game. Now, we did have Dragon spawn about 30 seconds ago. Not big priority given over there just yet. There's really no vision around that either. And that says something about JDG's approach so far. They do want Kanavi to find an advantage, but they're not going to try to overextend for that to some extent. And they are just going to try to get this full wave clear farm for him. While Missing needs to be a little bit careful in bottom lane. We actually have a collapse in mid from RNG, and they get the flash out of Knight. This might spell doom. As Lumao looking for it. The Tibbers enough to block it, though.
Awkward moment from Knight again as he misses the stun on the Tibbers. Saw that a couple of times in game 1. Given how good he is at the Annie, a bit surprising on that front, but gets out alive, costs himself a flash and load of his HP bar, has to reset. That will open up a Dragon opportunity for RNG. They'll be able to take this first one of the game. No contest coming in from JDG. So early pressure in bot side from RNG, from bot lane, and now from mid lane, seeing them off to a neutral objective lead.
Exactly what you want to get that early proactivity. Speaking of, though, we got some 1v1 action top lane. That nice knockup from Breathe gonna stop 369 from hitting the second activation, and that should just mean the noodle fight continues.
Does Ornn typically very good in those tank versus tank matchups. Tang Yuan has a flash, no ult, but 369 just used his E. That's one of his escape tools down.
Doesn't have Spirit Rush, has the flash. Can look for it on 369. Go for the charm play. The knockup going to be flashed out of by 369, though, as Tang Yuan was giving pressure to the top lane of JDG. Now he needs to be a little bit careful. Again, he doesn't have ulti. He doesn't have that charm, but the evisceration from Kanavi is definitely there. And Tang Yuan maybe wishing he had a little bit more of a health bar.
Kanavi might have just got himself some gold from the first strike there, so good for him. Tang Yuan does leave, however, this mid lane open for a bit. Knight is going to take a turret, lose a cannon, take a turret plate, rather. Not the full turret, of course, way early for that. But still going to take himself a plate, deny cannon to the tower as well.
Actually hilarious that there's a first strike, Kazakhs. Just look for those early picks to get some extra gold. To fuel
it's just really good when you're a bursty champion.
Snowball.
Why would you not walk away with
it? Is
particularly in jungle as well, because you're typically the one doing the damage first. It's almost always available when you look for a gank. It's pretty good value, and it gets you ahead of the game because jungle is a bit more economical role compared to those solo laners. We saw it a lot on Talon in the past, and Kiana, and whatever else really kind of came through with those really bursty picks.
Now, we did get Rift Herald spawn, actually, on the other side of the map. We did get early focus on the Dragon after that mid lane gank from RNG. But speaking of RNG, proactivity is the name of the game here. Game number 2. It is way starting up the Rift Herald that I was talking about.
So, ultimate available from Tanyuan on the Ari, not available from Breathe. 369, however, doesn't have his own one, so I think RNG, they feel more than happy enough to go towards this. Knight needs to be a little careful here. There could be a flash hook coming from the Blitz. That would be the end of this poor Annie. Not going to look for it, though. Herald over. RNG continuing their neutral objective dominance in this second game, at least.
I love this wake up from RNG, though. It's different to some extent in the way that they approached it in the draft, but the execution definitely feels a lot more cohesive from them. And I think unlocking Lumao on this very make-or-break champion might just be that difference.
Now, the problem is you are, again, rapidly approaching that point where Kanavi is going to get that first item, which will provide an awful lot of vision control, particularly when we get to second item as well with something like an Edge of Night. You really can't pick off Kanavi when he goes for that vision control. RNG, they did hang with it fairly well when it came to that early game in game 1. Just didn't come together in those team fights later on. They had one Miracle Baron Steel with a double spellbook, with a double smite, one from the spellbook. They need to show that they can hang toe-to-toe with JDG later into the game rather than just the first 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, Kanavi looking a bit aggressive up here. Does not have that first item spike completed just yet, but maybe hovering over 369. Want to maybe punish Breathe a little bit here, as that will end up being the focus for JDG, is probably away from this bottom lane. They will be able to play pretty safe down there. Wei is now looking for an opportunity to use this Rift Herald, and it's got to go to either bot or mid to try to get that in there. Umbral Glaive did get completed just now by Kanavi.
Yeah, there you go. That's the item which changes the nature of this champion. Not necessarily the best DPS for your solo kill, because it's 100% one-shot, but it's still not a bad damage item. And again, it just helps you with all of these engage tools in meta right now. You don't have engage for the jungle, so the least you can do is help your engagers from your solo lanes and support do their job better.
Missing on the roam here. Tong Yuan will walk right into a bug, does get the charm down. Spear Rush has to be used. Ryu's going to go down. Lumao is looking for that counter roam now. Won't be able to find anything, but that is a big ultimate down if Tong Yuan is looking to be proactive as the rest of RNG have.
Okay, so Dragon up in a minute. Not going to have the Ari ultimate available for that one. It's still only at first rank, even with the ability haste from the Lost Chapter. Not going to have to get that one on cooldown, off cooldown quite in time. So JDG, they've got themselves all of their ults available. They have all of their summoners, but the Ornn Flash available. It does feel like JDG reaching a point in the game where they could look for a fight if they so wished.
Ooh, we got the Everfrost completed for Tong Yuan already as well. So getting back out on the map with that one could help RNG's chances of trying to contest this dragon here. But right now it's just vision cleanup and Lumao hunting for a rocket grab. They actually get the push from JDG in mid lane though, but RNG are hunting.
Lumao being in the river is the most dangerous thing for JDG though. They know he's in that bush. They know from
The
process
vision.
elimination they could burst him out.
There you go, Lumao, you're all by yourself. Gonna have to flash to your teammates. Grabs Kanavi, who goes right back to the bush with his own flash. Ruler starting to pick away at LP. LP is all by himself. He got TPs on both sides. Breathe immediately running away as the Ornn Horde connects, and LP has used everything he had in the tank except for his cleanse, and he'll just go down.
Breathe completely on the other side of the map, tries to teleport in for his own impact play onto the enemy AD carry. Can't make it work. Herald put down into this mid lane, at least get some gold for Wei and Tang Yuan, but it's not enough. JDG, we said they were looking for a fight, and they find a pretty good punch onto RNG at the start of this. Gonna get the dragon at the end of it. Have to imagine. Breathe loses his TP. LP, of course, loses his life as well. JDG, good first entrance into this game.
Which one do you take better? Is it the TP or the life? JDG do get this dragon, though, even up that odds in terms of the neutral objectives. Not going to be really contested to some extent. I think they've done such a good job to have so much vision that kind of set up that information gathering play that we're actually going to take a look back up now.
Okay, so this is, again, the vision control, which you are afforded by good macro play, and of course the Umbral Glaive helping out a little bit in its own regard as well. Walks over a ward. JDG spot the rest of the RNG members leaving. They know the players now, and despite the hook and the ult landing, it's just not coordinated enough because RNG don't start the fight with everyone in the right position. LP flashes out, but the teleport is better from him than it is from Breathe Scion. The Scion doesn't have the angle onto the AD carry, whereas the solo laners JDG absolutely obliterate LP.
Speaking of angle, love that flash over the wall there by Knight just to set up a hiding kill over in the side. And again, I still have to wonder how LP found himself in that position. But a lot of things go wrong sometimes, and you got to find a way back out of it. JDG with a small advantage, but still trying to chug along here with this Kanavi comp.
Ruler's had enough of these hook shenanigans, put down a Sentinel turret, will of course block the Blitzcrank if it starts activating by the time you cast that one, and it just about does. Ruler switching over to his utility weapons now, has his ultimate, has his flash. Lumao not really been able to transfer that early bit of dominance in lane, blowing the summoner, getting the kill, into anything across the map. Again, this is going to be so difficult for RNG. Look at the amount of wards which have been put down around this mid lane. The amount that keep getting cleared out by JDG. The best way to look at this, look at the vision score of both junglers right now. 15 on Wei, 30 on the other side for Kanavi. That's the big difference when it comes to this vision control. That's only going to rack up as the game keeps going.
Because of that Humble Glaive, it just provides you so much of that vision clearing, but it's also just a nice little damage spike early on for the Kha'Zix. We see how much he does if you get those solo eviscerations, and not much that at this point RNG can answer to unless they get these team fights going together. Again, Lumao will be a big 50-50 moment in a lot of these fights. If he kicks the right person, that's huge, right? If you catch Ruler, he doesn't have as many tools as he had on the Xayah, but you have to be pinpoint precise, and it's just something that JDG are willing to play around.
And it can't be at the same time that JDG are mounting their engage as well, because if the big Ornn ult comes over, once the hooks come through, you can kind of interrupt the CC chain, the kill combo. If JDG are set up to engage and then the pick comes in anyway from RNG, I still think they lose that position. This is why it's so difficult. They need to really be looking for the pick before JDG are ready, but they've already got so much of this good vision across the map.
Vision set down leads to wonders later, as JDG have been so good at terms of controlling the map state once they have a little bit of an advantage. And we see that continued here, represented across this entire series so far. I will say RNG have gotten a lot of these neutral objectives for themselves, and that does give them a bit of a hope and a prey. Yeah. They have this second Rift Herald available and a lot of turrets to knock down.
You know, yeah, they are going to put that Herald in mid, probably going to take that turret. See Wedge 369 gets to. Knight is teleporting in. They are starting to spoil for a fight.
JDG wants it. Knight coming over. Lumao caught out. Can't get the hook anywhere he needed to go. Yeah, the re-engage down by Wei. The Feather Storm did come out as a safety net, but Wei is chunking him down. Tanguyen can't get the reset there. Wei going down to Ruler. Breathe on the other side. It was LP who picked off missing, but it's a flash from 369, and he secures the kill here in the end. It was a double kill for LP of RNG, but still Ruler perfectly comfortable in the situation he's in.
It's only the 3 for 2, all things said and done, but it's enough for JDG to walk away with. Once again, RNG, they kind of set up in this mid lane, they have the Herald, but as soon as JDG are set up for their own engage, things do not go well for RNG. That's about as good as it gets. You don't even take down Ruler, at least he managed to get a kill onto a couple of folks on their own right. But okay, let's have a look at how this sets up, because there's teleports committed. It's the counterpunch to the Herald. First, the hook misses. Even if that hits, I'm pretty sure it's a pretty bad situation. You're still going to get engaged onto by that Rakan. Blitzcrank completely out of the fight before it starts. And even with the good engagement from Wei, again, you can see the difference between these teamfight compositions. One has much more ability in the extended fights beyond the first pick, especially with the Felos, Rulers of Felos running over the fight. This is about as good as it gets. You just don't have the same tools to have that continued DPS. Oh, that's kind of bullshit.
No! I was wondering how Knight went down. Nice little feather pull.
I was like, oh, I was watching one side of the fight. Surely breathe hit with a Q. It's like, no, just doesn't look at the floor. The floor is lava, literally.
Literally, the floor is feathers. Oh, Charm goes a little bit wide there. Kanavi and the rest of JDG able to get out. 369 was on a bit of a flank here. He does not have the ultimate, though. RNG are committing to this position.
They are. This is really dangerous from RNG. Ult from 369 just about to come up.
Okay, missing goes Golden. He's buying time in the pit, though. It is going to be Tanguyen who secures the dragon. On the back, though, Knight has already found LP, and that's striking at the heart of RNG. It's also Ruler picking apart Wei, and the rest of RNG have to run away.
369 doesn't even need to ult. RNG, they get the dragon. That's something for them, but they're giving more and more gold over to JDG. Feels a little bit reminiscent of that first game. Occasionally RNG would take a good fight. They would occasionally take themselves a neutral objective through a steal, a flip, or whatever, but they're still falling behind to the carries of JDG. And now as soon as we're getting to the next couple of minutes, Baron's on the table. You give up a Baron, this game is as good as done.
JDG will just run away with it. We've seen them do it time and time again. We are looking at second items on the cusp here for a lot of members of both sides, especially LP really wanting to get that second item completion. But we're going to take a look back at RNG's positioning here and how they set up around this dragon, which Tongued actually took away.
And so just about able to steal that one. The initial pick onto Missing is failed. The stopwatch comes through. Of course, you won't have that for the next fight. One use only on that item, but it's enough to get value out of this. Missing gets out alive. And if you have to be putting your first pick on your hook towards the Rakan instead of someone like anyone that can do damage. Let's be honest, Kanavi, Knife, Ruler, any of them are okay. Then as soon as the fight goes beyond that point, they realize, hang on, you don't have that hook anymore. You don't have the pick potential. We win the DPS check.
Feels like you're trying to get a DPS check in an MMO. That's just not in your favor at this point. Side lane does have Breathe looking at some initiative. Oh!
That's
okay.
Yeah. So I don't play that many MMOs. I did, however, just pick up the new Diablo game, and I will say there is nothing like DPS checking something. Like RNG, they look towards the DPS check, and it turns out JDG, it's just like the Butcher is just spawned randomly in one of these dungeons, and that's just like this thing which is he just runs at you. You don't really have anything you can say about it. He's just really strong, and you just accept
Isn't that
your
the
fate after a
nature?
certain while.
Isn't that the nature of the beast, though? Especially how we set
bit.
this up for JDG. Like, they did just come off an MSI championship. They have added the right pieces to this already powerful composition of players. And it just feels like the sky, as you'd said earlier, is the limit.
Yeah, I will say, like, I've never played a Diablo game before. I walk into, like, 2 dungeons. It's in the second one. I'm playing a hardcore character. The character's just gone after that point. I just got completely 100-0, and I'm like, that's great. It does, again, feel like team fighting against JDG because at this point, again, the vision is starting to get choked out. You don't have all the best flank angles. You're getting pushed in on side lanes, and as soon as Kanavi gets his second item with an Edge of Night, it just gets that much worse because you can't even pick him off. In fact, actually, screw that. He's gone for the Duskblade, gone for more damage. Kanavi picking up his own carry potential.
Ain't it so, though? That's the way Kanavi plays. That's the way he balls as JDG. So far, 2.5k in the lead over RNG. Lumao desperately looking for hooks to catch out and for RNG to pounce upon. But Baron is up, and we know from tried and true tradition that LPL teams will just go ahead and flip this 50-50 if they are behind. Right now, it looks like RNG aren't going to pull the trigger on that.
It speaks to the mindset of the LPL teams. There's kind of like some common phrasing in terms of there's a great conversation about language in League of Legends, because in English we have certain memes that we kind of go towards, and we have like certain phrases which kind of encapsulate a phrase of the game in terms of like, you know, like priority, tempo, stuff like this, and they mean different things to different people. But then you go into a different language and things change again. There's a common sentiment in Chinese and in the LPL where it's like, look, this isn't a great situation, but let's see if we can outplay it. That is just baked into their understanding of the game, which has been part of their playstyle for so many years. Around the Baron, in the current meta, because Baron didn't get tankier when Champions did around the durability update, you can burst down Baron and take huge victories even from behind. RNG would need to look towards that again, though. They don't have themselves Spellbook Smite from Tangyuan. He did pick that up earlier in the game. If they could do that again, though, and get themselves another Baron steal like they did in Game 1, that might be an angle for them.
Could just be that. Right now, we're just seeing the side lane allocation come through for both sides. But so far, 45 seconds for a dragon to spawn. This would be sole point for RNG. They've done a really good job of trying to prioritize these early dragons. I will just note, though, checking back in on what we were saying earlier on in these comp setups, we needed a lot of proactivity from RNG. We got a little bit of that, maybe not enough. And JDG's comp is starting to come online. You're starting to see those red borders light up around the items for JDG, but it's also specifically Ruler and 369 who are just going to be continuously getting stronger.
369, of course, picked up his own mythic. He's gone for the Radiant Virtue. He's all about protecting his carries. You can very much understand why. Knight needs to not get caught out side lanes. This is a very dangerous moment for him. Again, it's all great if you get set up for your team fight. That's mainly what we've seen from JDG right now. But if you get picked off, it's still a very good pick comp from the side of RNG. Lots of chain CC. Got Cyclone, Charms, Everfrost, hooks and everything. So RNG looking to maybe get something on that top side of the map. They give up a dragon for it. They don't get themselves an angle towards that Baron. And now, as you're saying, These items are starting to come in. Typhoon built up for Ruler. The upgrades to Gale Force.
Oh, it's terrifying. We'll see, actually, Kadafi. Yeah, pretty huge trade over the wall on the other side, but Lumao and RNG looking over, trying to figure out how they deal with this very scary bug who hasn't gotten a kill, but is like
Kanavi,
50
buddy.
CS up right now. Not too shabby.
He's playing with fire, man. He was really playing with fire. It's like, yeah, I can take this ward. Probably. I know there's a Blitzcrank over there. He's looking again.
Hey, don't start talking like that, because once bugs learn fire, that's it might be over for us, all right? I don't know anymore.
That's terrifying. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. Okay, well, let's talk about that with the better.
You put it into existence. You
not
did
intentionally. Not intentionally, Mazel. Not intentionally. Lest
Now
we
I'm
had
just
mentioned
imagining
Firefly.
Kha'Zix running around with a torch.
The Fireflies are onto something all this time. JDG, though, they take down that mid lane out of turret. That's one of the last bastions for RNG. It gives you that control over so much of this vision control in the jungle, which JDG has been pushing hard to acquire. Look at Lumao again. He's got himself a hook. Who can he hook? Can he get anyone here important?
Oh, breathe. Hoping to maybe connect if that hook did come through. We do have 2 items for everyone on RNG, so if they're going to put up a fight, that fight is going to be right now. As JDG positioning over this Baron pit. They want to try to pull the trigger here, potentially. Quickness is just waiting to get popped. The grab comes through, but it's straight onto the tank. 369 going to burn his flash. He might just go down here, and that could just lead to resets coming through for RNG. They want a front-to-back fight all day, and they're starting to take it. Togued gets the first kill for him, and now Lumao overextended. He just gets taken apart by Kanavi. JDG are now on the front foot.
Because RNG, they get some good kills. Great. Use the hooks. Use your ability to find those picks. But you got to get that damage down at some point. They can't go towards the Baron. There's too much threat available left on the board. Knight still has flash.
Knight's huge. Knight decisively takes out RNG over the wall. Ruler in a 1v1 against LP. He'll find his solo bolo. Again, you just cannot step to this man in this league as he dominates every single time he hits the rift.
There is an inevitability about Ruler, which is so exciting to watch. He takes over the fight again. It will lead to the Baron and JDG. When one of them falls, there is another superstar carry to pick up the pieces. JDG once again in control.
The multi-headed, threatening Hydra that has become JDG. Off of their MSI championship, there were questions of how they enter this gauntlet of a summer split, but they have seemingly answered those. Even if they drop games occasionally, when they can execute like this, even in these situations, you know it's going to be a good time.
It's a bit of an awkward start, of course. 369 kind of caught between the Scion Q and, of course, the wall. A bit more difficult than the rock in the hard place. Ruler's not able to do damage for most of the start of this fight. And I think RNG forget about that. Lumao tries to get a pick onto one of the carries, doesn't quite land it. And it doesn't matter that you've taken down the front line at this point. Your ultimates are gone, you don't have the same threat, and Knight
here
pounces. He still had the flash after all this time. JDG, I think one of the most impressive things. I mean, Kanavi's died in picture-in-picture. I've talked about that one at least.
Okay, we're looking back at the game now as Kanavi is dead. There is some pressure from JDG on top side with this Baron buff to take this down, but Knight dies to the tower. And things are starting to fall off the wheels here for JDG, but luckily Ruler sets it back up and puts the wheels back on.
He just hops on a trade on the way out of there. Like, guys, kill the tower. I mean, it heated up already. I don't know if someone had dropped aggro, but Knight takes way too much damage despite the upgraded
Look at that smile.
He knows exactly what's happened there. But JDG, they're going to walk away with the Baron buff still on most of their team, at least on Ruler. Wait, it's actually just Ruler now. Everyone else had died, I'm pretty sure. I don't know whether they had taken it after... Yeah, I mean, Kanavi dies again. This is a bit of an awkward one. So they see them walking in. I think Kanavi is just a little bit too... I think he's just a little too confident when he has the Edge of Night. Doesn't manage to get hit by the hook, but he'd already used the flash in the previous fight, so he doesn't have the ability to disengage completely. And what the heck happens here, folks? Leandri's Tex ends up giving it to Knight, gives it to 369, who leaves aggro, who gives it back to Knight. That is just that to me, to you, to me, tower aggro, and Knight ends up bearing the brunt of that one.
All right, we got 3 items completed for LP. We got a fight brewing that RNG seemingly want to take. They are starting up this dragon right now, and JDG are looking to fight them right back. Got engaged from 369. Knight's looking for the big flash play. Everybody's getting low for RNG already. Moonlight Vigil connects from Ruler, and here comes the combo as it ain't stopping anytime soon. That's a huge moment for JDG as a triple kill came across for Knight. It's now a dragon.
There is a moment in every game which JDG asks you the question, are you willing to fight? Most of the time, the opponents don't have an answer. It's here at 28 minutes in this game too, and RNG, they have fought valiantly. They've asked questions of JDG, which have had some merit to them, but it looks like JDG coming back off of their LPL title, coming back off their MSI title, continuing strong into summer.
Looking to improve to 5-1. Here, cresting over into week 3. They are just destroying the base of RNG, and it's just been back-to-back fights. Lumao, you're all by yourself, bud, and that should just be a pick out. Kanavi ends up getting that one. Does have double TP from RNG on the backside. They want to pick
Ruler just recall.
Okay, Knight just dipped. Knight's gone.
Ruler's gone, Knight's gone. Knight is teleporting back.
He's back.
Maybe they're going to outplay this.
Oh, Tong Yuen, be a little bit more careful. There's the unstoppable onslaught. Knight's waiting over the wall with the flash tippers play. They want to find the big group up. There he is! He was waiting in the wings, but it might not be enough in the end. Mystic trying to get over here and help him as JDG just throwing themselves at Royal Never Give Up.
Did everyone at JDG just think, this is my turn to be the main character? They overstay, they think they can outplay. Probably just a little bit too much at that point. Knight does get himself a flashy kill onto the AD carry. It means that Ruler is the only AD carry here. He's got DPS.
Ruler does a lot of damage, man. Ruler does a lot of damage, and he's just going to take out Breathe. Oh, he falls. The combo of Missing and Ruler looks so damn good.
He ain't breathing no more. Sion hits the ground for the 3rd time, and Ruler, again, just any time someone wants to have fun, Ruler's there going like, all right, kids, I'll clean up after you. Don't worry. Enjoy playtime. 6-1-6. Ruler is such a pleasure to watch. RNG, they again force JDG into an objective fight. But JDG, they're just set up for the engage. And this time, 369 gets to get his 2nd part of his ult. He's been denied it most of the time. But the combo comes from the heavens like a holy rain. And RNG, they are absolutely torn apart.
Those first couple Infernum shots, just setting it up, was doing so much already. And then we see Lumao getting caught out here, but this is where JDG overextended, and the play call from RNG actually came up clutch.
So, 369 and Kanavi caught alone behind enemy lines. It gets a little close. I wonder if Kanavi could have just chosen to dip at some point. Right here, he has himself his flash, flashes out the Sign Cube. He just sticks around a little too much. I think him and Knight realize they have damage. It's just about how they arrange it. If Knight catches Tango and LP in that combo, maybe that could work out. Maybe if you kill both those carries, he can work around to a 2nd rotation. It was a close run thing. Doesn't get it done. JDG still in the advantage, still on the map.
We had a Serpent's Fang completed for Kanavi, as well as now just 4 items, almost on that full build for Ruler. He does have the stopwatch as well in tow. Everyone except for poor Missing has their upgraded items here as well for JDG. So starting to scale into infinity, as they are just under a 10,000 advantage. Breathe just could be taking a bit of a walk here away from Kanavi.
First strike farming again. Kanavi getting some value out of that one. Trying to maybe force his way. I mean, he hasn't even thought to finish boots. You don't have to. He's already got the slightly magical ones. Forces one of the engaged threats away from the Baron. There is no contest for this one. It is completely gone. JDG, clean Baron take, forcing RNG into their own base. And now the question is, what can you do? What teleports do you have? They're coming up slightly beyond when the waves will be crashing into tower, but what wards have you got to teleport with them? There is one into red side jungle. Don't catch out and Missing. RNG, they are looking for a miracle flank TP.
Bissy got his upgrade. Everybody's available. They're all the Power Rangers have formed. JDG now trying to find a pick. Oh, Lumao with a nice little grab, and 369's just gone all tanky he can be. He will still be the primary focus. And while the tower goes over to Ruler, it's a nice little fight back from RNG for now. Maybe Wei looking for a bit of a wraparound. Again, you step to Ruler, you have to be up to the task. Can you do it? He has so much healing, but there you go, you caught him! Konami, you're all alone! Nobody's isolated for you now, and RNG are making something out of nothing here, as they will end up catching Konami as well.
Insane engage from RNG. Starts with a Blitzcrank hook, remove part of the front line, and Wei breaks Knight's ankles. He manages to escape away from the Tibbers long enough for his team to follow up on his engage. JDG, they get caught out when they should have ended the game.
Nexus Tower did fall there in the end, but RNG take advantage of every moment they're given over by this JDG squad, and we'll take a look right back at what you were talking about.
So this is a two-part thing, right? Hook over the wall, awesome, and they manage to actually DPS down the front line while there's no one in position from JDG to DPS. Then the real game-breaking, the fight-breaking engage happens just after this point. Watch Wei and watch Knight. He has his stun available, flashes over the Rakan, W's to the side of the Tibbers, and gets onto both carries. Wei is one of these MSI title holders. He's got to do it again, though. What's this effect is going to go?
Okay. Wei's gone. He's not here in the pit any longer. Trying to get in there. Tang Yuan, he... What?
Breathe, that's it!
Wei! Breathe! He steals the dragon right from underneath JDG! And he's looking to take the express route right out, but he walks right into Ruler's waiting hands.
As is tradition, we come out of a replay into a game-changing fight. 2 dead, though, from RNG, and without the front line for them now. I don't know if they can defend this base. Kanavi hunting for this mid lane, trying to see if he can play around his Edge of Night shield. Heroics from Wei in the fight in the base might not be able to save the game after that objective loss.
JDG want to end the game now. They feel something happening here, and it ain't something good. They're going straight for this last Nexus turret. Ruler does so much here as well. They'll take down the inhibs just to make sure, and they'll have a walk-out chance here, I guess. I was looking to see if they're just going to end the game. They're not feeling super confident to step up now that members are respawning of RNG.
The game goes on somehow, some way. There is one RNG turret left on the map, and it's attached to the Nexus. JDG would love to finish this game before it comes down to another objective at this point. Too many objective steals come through. There are 3 dragons apiece.
All right, Breathe is back online. It is a full-on 5-on-5, but these are the moments that JDG have thrived in recent memory. They're looking to put the final stamp on this. They're trying to take a 2-0 easy night to improve to 5-1 here in the summer split. But RNG do not want to give up. They do not want to give another moment over to JDG. Things are collapsing around them. The walls are starting to close in, as we'll see if JDG want to actually try to push this. There's a couple more super minions coming in from mid lane, but they are hesitant here.
Lumao is positioning for a hook. Got rid of Kanavi's spell shield with a smite. He hooks in the Ornn.
That's full build for LP as well, so he's got the GA, so they've got a little bit of breathing room in terms of the play around LP. Tang Yuan going for it, can't find Ruler. Ruler pulls that Gale Force. Here comes the engage, though, from 369. Wei's clone tanking up a decent amount. They're focusing on the minions here, as least trying to get away from the turret. That's the Featherstorm out, though. They got Knight. They might have this. Wei goes to GA now. LP needs to be the difference maker. Can he step up to the moment? He has nothing left in front of him. Tang Yuan can find a big charm, but he can't do it. Nexus Tower down, and JDG, they're putting the end. They're trying to get it. There's the feather call, but it's not going to be enough because you step to JDG again and have no answer. 5-1 are JDG.
Royal never gave up, but it was not enough. The Heroics could not see them to a Game 3, and JDG reminders in the most flair-heavy of fashions why they are one of the best teams in the LPL and in the world.
Go ahead and give some rightful handshakes there, though. RNG would not give up, as we've said multiple times. It was Wei leading the charge on that every single time, it felt like. And having, honestly, a great series, even with a 2-0 loss, there is just that conversation of trajectory, right? RNG, they're building up to something. They found pieces that they like. They're trying to find pieces to add to that. JDG found exactly what they needed to, in the offseason of 2022, and they have not looked back since then. There have been some rough roads, but they are reigning MSI champions, and they are looking at a world's birth in their future.
However, I mean, again, you were talking about how RNG is starting to build on something. They had a very disappointing spring comparative to expectations. Despite the fact that they had lost Xiaohu, there was a lot of belief in what they could do with their roster coming into this year. And Wei, even in that losing game 2, probably had my play of the game, which was that dodge around that top inhibitor, the double dodge. Incredible late game performance against some of the very best carries and everyone else in the league of the LPL. Wei still putting some real respect on his name.
He truly had a good showing, but JDG right back to it, business as usual. Not going to take us to 3 games. Something that used to be their nomenclature. Every time they brought into a series, they would always go to 3, but now they're finding those clean executions. And I'll just say, Kanavi, you're a god, man. The Wukong performance in game number 1, but as well as still able to navigate a game that was starting to become a little bit tricky for the Kazakhs, but still finding a lot of that forward aggression that worked very well.
And we mentioned this a little bit in game, but it's worth mentioning again. Kanavi, you go back a couple of years ago, heck, even to parts of spring as well. Kanavi kind of built up this identity of someone who was incredible when he could invade all the time and he had priority lanes and he could play aggressively. One of the best kind of snowbally junglers in the lead. Regardless of the pick, he would snowball the map in a very good way. But that would kind of turn on its head when he had losing lanes and he would invade anyway. And it was a little bit awkward when he wasn't connected with his lanes. We saw a little bit of that in spring, but he has grown from that to the point where actually he's been very good even when, and we saw this at MSI a couple of times, when he was being pushed in, when he needed to be a bit more respectful of the map. He'd still find ways to impact the game. The growth of this player from someone being who was just a feast or famine jungler in some aspects of the game to someone who is just all round one of the best junglers in the world is incredible to see for JDG.
And he's also just a pillar that JDG are building around, right? This has been the mainstay of JDG for a long time now. And the fact that they were able to pick up Knight, the fact that they were able to pick up Ruler, it just adds to the powerhouse that this JDG roster is. And that's why like that trajectory conversation is so important to me, because there is an expectation with JDG where maybe in past there was with RNG, but they were up against an underdog moment here, and while we saw a lot of life given from them, it's still JDG coming out with the expected 2-0, but expected win of the series.
Yeah. And now we kind of go back to a couple of other conversations about BLG saying, oh, we're expecting second in this split, haha, because JDG is still in the league. And there's been a lot of conversation about JDG and their trajectory. Are we expecting a Royal Road from them, the Golden Road, where they get spring into international title, summer into international title? They're halfway there. They still need to do an awful lot of work. The meta can change. People can fall off. People can build themselves up as well. But the fact that the last team that was in contention for was 2018 RNG as well, and they fell them on their way to it. Let's revisit that conversation if they visit them in playoffs. That would be just so sweet, a low-hanging fruit to pick off in terms of so about that Golden Road, that Royal Road. But that is about the expectations of JDG. This is a team which everyone has their eyes on across the world.
And specifically, I think they should all be checking Ruler every time they enter these games. Knight having a huge couple moments on the Annie, big decisive catch-outs with those tippers, but Ruler every time was the shining light in the series. Yes, Kanavi had a lot of the spotlight early on in both games, but Ruler was literally the hammer.
And he swung it really damn hard. It was ridiculous how it felt like, you know, the God of Thunder himself had turned up with that hammer. Every time you pick off 369 or missing and you kill the first person in front of you, you didn't catch the king. And if you don't hit him on the first swing, things are going to get really rough after that point. LP on the other side, you know, he has come into this RNG roster and had a fairly good showing of things, all said and done. There is just still a gap between pretty much every other AD carry in the LPL right now and Ruler at the top of the table.
Yeah, and again, you combine that with the likes of Knight, who has been, you know, versatile in his champion picks so far, having at least 6 different picks he's gone across in these first 3 weeks. But the Annie, a decisive one as ever, and something that I feel like brings out the best in the composition of JDG, because as soon as they smell blood in the water, they go for it. And you see a lot of these stats, maybe not the craziest of KDAs, but it still specifically was just a lot of team effort in this 2-0.
That's a really good point, because one of the big things that has changed from particularly spring to summer in regards to mid lane champion pool is mid laners are not just carries now, they're also engage players. Now, something like the Aria is a halfway house where you can kind of be the assassin and you can be the engager as well. But with stuff like, I mean, we normally thought about it with something like Yone, but with Annie, you have to have a team fight presence. Being an engaging mid laner is a very different skill set to go towards. Nico is very similar champion. We see that banned a lot. Knight is one of the best players in the world at finding multi-man team fight turning engages.
And probably going to continue doing that with the way the meta is shaking out here. But next conversation does come up to MVP while we're waiting for that to come through. Who do you think kind of deserves it here? Is it just the ruler diff yet again, or does Kanavi get a little bit of say from the Kazakhs play?
I'm trying to think. It is probably between Kanavi and Ruler. Knight, of course, had some pretty huge plays in his own right. I would say Ruler. I think. That was really hard to say. It's really hard to say, actually. I think that because Ruler had so many people setting up for him. It's part of the nature of the AD carry, but he did just feel inevitable. I would probably give it over to Ruler because we take him for granted so often. He's just so good at being there in the late game fights and just being like, oh, it's just a Ruler doing Ruler things. Not everyone can do that, folks.
Yeah. I specifically like the stat in that last graphic of the damage to gold percentage, kind of the worth value that you had, and you had
Efficiency.
both Knight and Ruler at, Ruler was at 220 something and Knight was over at 253 percentage, which, if you're having laners be that efficient, it's inevitable
Whilst
that you're
also
just
getting
take
so
these
much gold
standard
anyway.
wins. Yeah, exactly.
It's one of those stats which I love to bring up as well because I think it gives more of a picture on the game. I have a bit of a tentative relationship with stats in League anyway. I come from a physics background, so stats mean very different things to me in terms of it must give you a clear answer. And in League, they're often very vague. Gold efficiency, particularly when people are sitting on the same champions for a lot of the time through splits, is a very interesting thing to look at. With Ruler being on a very resource-heavy champion, which you give so much gold, and still being efficient with it, that is showing all the right signs. Of course, you can tell it from just looking at his gameplay. He's always doing damage, but seeing it put down in numbers form as well, very important to see.
Absolutely. Now I do want to take a look forward while we're waiting for that MVP, because JDG will be facing up against AL next, which you might say easy on paper. JDG 2-0. AL have given a run to their money to a lot of teams so far in this split. So they took a game off BLG as well previously. So I definitely want to see if they have anything left in the tank for them. JDG with that fight coming up next. But then on the other side, RNG, they'll be facing off against FPX. So a little bit more of even playing field.
Yeah, and FPX are a team which also battling against a very disappointing spring. At the very end of spring, they took down EDG coming into this summer as well. They've had some really good games around LWX, having some particularly good games on his own. So RNG, FPX, I'm quite excited for that one, despite the fact that I think RNG is probably going to be going in as overdogs there. Still one worth watching.
Definitely is. And somebody else worth watching is the man in the bot lane for JDG. It is Ruler who picks up the MVP. Hail to the king.
Again, like the amount of gold this guy gets and does so much work with it, you can never put enough trust in Ruler. Now, of course, we are going to have a certain point at this split. We're going to have Ruler and we're going to have Uzi coming back as well for EDG. I would love to see those two AD carries face off, particularly because Ruler is now the new face of LPL AD carries. He is the best in the league by quite a long shot now at this point. You've got so many good AD carries in this league. Ruler has really just cemented his place among them. You kind of forget that it took him so many years to get himself a regional title. Comes to the LPL after his first in Korea and does a grand old job of it. Pentakill in his first series. And you can't take this guy for granted. He is such an impressive carry player.
He is. It's just the way that he thinks about a lot of these fights. You can see it play out. It's like an orchestra for him a lot of these times, and it's something that a lot of teams just forget about. Again, that's why the Xayah for me for Ruler is so lethal, because so many times you just forget about the feathers, man, and he angles it on all 5 of your team members and it goes down. This time, obviously, on the Aphelios, just a lot of really good angles on the Moonlight Vigils.
For sure, and there is no champion which he seemingly reaches a damage cap on, especially in this split and in this meta, and he just absolutely explodes people, man. It's a real pleasure to be able to watch someone at the very top of their game continually play against top-tier opposition.
It is indeed, and I know he was talking about the Uzi thing before, and he was saying, didn't get to face him when he was at his peak, but hopefully this time we'll get a match that's worth it. So I'm very excited for that in the future, but specifically now, looking at JDG, those aspirations of Worlds, those aspirations of another trophy here for them, we are getting to that halfway point of our split, our gauntlet of a split. And I think that when you see the game-to-game improvements of clarity in efficiency for JDG. That's what for me is a big highlight.
For sure. I think there are definitely... Again, I don't think we've seen the ceiling of this team, which is crazy to think because so often you can kind of forget about this. Before about, well, probably IG in Season 8, actually, we had this conversation about, oh, super teams, they never work in League of Legends. You never have a super team that works. There was so many examples of them failing. And we've seen a couple of them come to fruition, and sometimes even then, they need a split or two to get it together. Not JDG. They've hit it right from the off, and they've done so well. Absolutely smashing out some great games today. RNG, they asked them some questions. They stole the Baron or two, and Wei, in particular, had a very good series against them. But JDG, they have so many exemplary players, and they just finish it off.
Rightfully so that Wei steps up against Kanavi, but we'll look at these rosters today as their results came out. It was 2-1 for OMG over NIP, and it was a 2-0 sweep from JDG over RNG. JDG now find themselves in that second place rung here in the LPL as we should be looking at the standings next, where BLG, JDG, still some top dogs here. Obviously the finalists at MSI wanted to make something worth it here, but it's the streaks for me that are looking important. WE a little bit behind on their game states, but still had started with that 3-0. And it's the other three at the top that really catch my eye. 5 win streaks for both BLG and JDG, but a 4 win streak for Top Esports. So momentum is playing a factor here.
Yeah, so when we were talking about super teams, sometimes needing a split or two to get it together, Top Esports coming into this year, we viewed them as one of our other top 2 teams when we were looking alongside JDG. They've started to pick up some steam. They're starting to get some real good wins under their belts as well. If they continue that win streak, would love to see them clash against our other top teams. BLG, of course, one of our biggest, probably overperformers of this year. Start of the year, BLG, we thought they'd be good, but we didn't think they'd be as damn good as they are right now.
All I'm saying is all you haters can doubt BLG coming for it all. All right,
The
fans
coming
unite.
for you.
Let's go. We got games coming back up tomorrow because we go every day of the week here in the LPL. We got Weibo taking on LGD. Can LGD finally find their first win of the summer split against a chaotic Weibo? Then we have EDG versus IG. Uzi God's debut here in the LPL once again for a very interesting storyline as he is now on EDG versus IG, who will have some fluctuations in their roster, and then ending it out with Top Esports versus FPX.
A lot to say about tomorrow. Of course, that second game is going to catch a lot of people's eyes, as it rightfully should. Also think the first game of the day, Weibo, if there's anything I know about that team, I can't trust them. They play to the level of their opponent.
Know nothing?
The only thing I know is that I know nothing. They play to the level of their other opponents quite often, and LGD are a team which come in with very strong teams to start series. So there is every chance of an upset there, regardless of whether they are 0-5. Interested to see if they can close out a series for once. But of course, Uzi's return, that's the highlight of tomorrow.
It absolutely is the highlight. I got to cast him in a show match in my first year of the LPL, and I got to cast a Pinto. It was awesome. It still sticks in my mind. But hopefully getting to see Uzi come back to form in tomorrow's matches. But that is it from us today. Nightmare, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to cast a full night of League of Legends with you. As we will be bidding everyone adieu. Thank you all for tuning in for the night. Thank you for being a part of this community. We'll see you again tomorrow night, same time, or I guess I think it's earlier time since we're back to 3 best of 3s. Earlier time, same place. Be right back here for the LPL, and we'll see you there.